Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Railway Direction Days 2023. And to officially start the second day, I would like to invite to the stage the CEO of CPK, Mr. Mikołaj Wild.
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to me to open the second day of our conference. Yesterday we spoke about the strategic dimension, goals and objectives of our programs. Today we will handle in the quote every parent knows, which is, it is not so simple. And of course, we will not speak about the problems, we will speak about the challenges, because challenges is that what we love most. And during the first panel, we will present ourselves with or by ourselves and with our partners from Rail Baltica, from Sprawa Żeleznic, with our Hungarian partners, and we will try to explain why is it so great to be a latecomers in the world of high-speed railway. During the second panel, we will speak about the assets, what is needed to get our job done. We will speak about the construction, rolling stock, materials, so please be there with us. During the third panel, we will speak about the most crucial stakeholder, which is not the politician, it is the passenger and consumer. And during the last but absolutely not least panel, we will try to find the answer to the question which is actually never stated towards CPK, which is, are we not too moderate? Are we not too humble? Do we really think in the terms of future-proofing? Because during the last panel, we will speak about the breakthrough innovation in the world of high-speed railways. And I'm sure it will be the great debate on that. And one announcement more. Right at noon, we will start the workshop on the CPK's approach toward purchasing processes. It will take place in the conference room number 3. There are plenty of participants are already registered, but there are still few places left. So once you are interested, please don't hesitate and go at noon to the conference in the room number 3. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this second day of our conference, and I'm sure that we all have unique opportunity not only to exchange our know-how, exchange the views, but also to get something which will be suitable in our future work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that being said, we are moving to the first panel of the day. I will just advise our dear audience that we will be needing our audio sets. The Polish language is available at the channel number 1, the English at the channel number 2, the Ukrainian at the channel number 3, and the Czech language at the channel number 4. All those who are viewing us in the streaming online, you are receiving the English translation from all the languages that can be heard here on the stage. Without further ado, let's move therefore to the first of the debate, scope and investment process of HSR. This panel will present all HSR projects in the region and the innovations applied during their preparation, covering main assumptions of each program, best ways of conducting preparatory and construction works, as well as the financial aspects of projects and a strategy for constructing services. Now I would like to invite to the stage the moderator for this very part, Mr. Maciej Gładyga, Managing Director of Land Transport Chamber of Commerce. The stage is yours.
Dzień dobry. Good morning, everyone. I was introduced, so I will now invite all the panelists, Mr. Ignaz Degutis from Rail Baltica, Mr. Martin Szwechlik from Sprawa Żeleznic, Mr. Aleksander Wołowiec from CPK, Mr. Marton Szpon from Hungarian Ministry of Construction and Transport, and Mr. Kamil Wilde from Office of Railway Transport in Poland. Gentlemen, please take your seats. I was advised by the organizers to be quite strict as regards the timing, so without any more introductory words, I would just say that we will start our discussion with 5 very short presentations, and on basis of that, then we will continue with our discussion with some comments and interventions from our dear panelists. So we will start with Mr. Ignaz Degutis. Your presentation is first. CFO of Rail Baltica. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll try from here from sitting. Good morning, everyone, and thanks to CPK for inviting us. I thought about starting Rail Baltica, but actually I would like to start with about CPK. Nobody forced us to cooperate, actually, between Rail Baltica and CPK. And we met a few times, and it was natural synergy and chemistry because we share the same values and the same ideas, the same aims. And actually this cooperation was fruitful, and you can see it now on the stage that we're together. So thanks for inviting us. Very shortly, as we have very little time to present Rail Baltica, if I can, yeah, thanks. On the Baltic State side, so Rail Baltica is a new economic corridor in the Baltic States and the region. We don't have high-speed railway. We have only 15, 20 gauge in the Baltic States. And the Baltic railways and economies enjoyed for quite a long time quite an added value and benefits from 15, 20 gauge, mainly cargo transportation from Russia to the ports. And now as this economic sense just simply stopped, in Lithuania last year, the cargo revenue dropped by 40–50%. In Latvia, 82%, and in Estonia, 50%. So naturally, we have to develop a new economic corridor, which would mean north-south, south-north, and this is the main area that we are concentrating further on in. But even before the war, European Union, together with Baltic states, decided that Baltic states have to be integrated in the Europe market. And this is the map of TEN-T for 2023 that should be approved this year in European Parliament. Actually, we're already in TEN-T corridor, but this TEN-T corridor shall be extended. Yeah, so we are part of North Sea, Baltic Sea TEN-T corridor that should be implemented by 2030. According to the law. This year, no, sorry, December 2022, European Council was also approved Rail Baltica as advice to include in a new TNT corridor Rail Baltica into Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Aegean Sea TNT corridor. So actually, Europe emphasized twice the Rail Baltica need for Europe. But nonetheless, as yesterday panelists were talking about as well, Ukraine, and that whether in Poland it should be a more 1520 gauge extension towards Dansk, or in Ukraine it should be extended to 1435. So as we see, 1435 is going on, so we see natural connection Baltic states through Poland to Ukraine and vice versa. And we have never thought about such economic sense, because usually it is different routes of cargo going on, and we will have mixed traffic as well for cargo and for passengers. So for example, nowadays coal is being delivered from the ports in the Baltics to Poland, fuel from Baltics to Ukraine, or from Ukraine grain to the Baltic states ports. So these are totally new economic corridors that are being developed now. And we have to be just in place and as soon as possible to gain these all added values. And I'm just not really emphasizing yet how much is important military mobility area, as we have all the cut means with Russia and Belarus now. We also stopped and we don't allow any suppliers and supplies to be provided to Rail Baltica from Russia and Belarus. We made it legally like that. So we don't have any economic ties anymore with Russia and Belarus. And that's why kind of military mobility also becomes important in our sense. And we made our design guidelines applicable to NATO parameters. So we already started to do that beforehand. When we look to what is Rail Baltica in Baltic states about, so we are reducing time for passengers by double. If you would like to travel nowadays from Vilnius to Tallinn, there is no railway for passengers. If you travel by car, it's 8 hours, by bus 9 hours. It's almost always a single road. It's not safe. A lot of people still dying on the road there. And it will take 3.5 hours. From Vilnius to Warsaw, it will take 4 hours, and our aim is to reduce it to 3.5 hours. So actually, if you compare with airports, airlines, the break-even point for railways and airlines is 3 hours. So we are on the edge for all people in the Baltics to select railways instead of airlines. We will have 5 airports in the Baltics connected, plus CPK airport in Warsaw. We'll have Vilnius, Kaunas, Riga, Salaspils, Parnu, and Tallinn, Amuga in intermodal terminals. So 5 intermodal terminals in the Baltic states, because we are connecting with 1520 gauge. So it's natural connection between the two. And we have international stations in Vilnius, in Kaunas, in Panevėžys, in Riga Airport, in Riga, in Parnu and Tallinn. So people could travel seamlessly, work in another country, travel every day, go for leisure, and also do their business anywhere in Europe. When you ask, for example, Lithuanians, I'm Lithuanian, why do you want Rail Baltica? So everyone says to travel to Berlin, yeah? Every day or every weekend for fun. So actually, if you think of all of this, all TNT corridors, the Baltic states traveling for passengers, traveling for cargo and business, the key point here is Poland. Yeah? Because then Poland is a key logistics center and a key point of all connectivity and backbone of connectivity in Europe for us and for others. So this is also for the Rail Baltica and Baltic states to connect to Poland as soon as possible. It's a priority. At the end of last year, also Lithuanian government made an official decision to accelerate this line towards Poland and even could contribute additional funding from the state budget. And I see the time is running very fast. Yeah, this is the state of play. Where are we now? So in very short, we are in the, I would say, in the end of designing phase. In majority of the places, we have already land acquired. For example, from Kaunas to Latvia, 100% of land is acquired. In Latvia, land is on acquisition in the process. In Estonia, around 60% is acquired. The old design from Kaunas to Tallinn is ongoing. We have designers from all Europe, mainly from Spain. And I saw somewhere Ineco sitting here and helping us on this. From Kaunas to Vilnius and from Kaunas to Poland, we are now in a special planning and land acquisition phase. So, and we started the procurement for design. And in some cases, we already started the constructions. So in Lithuania, already 2 tenders for construction finished nowadays. One bridge is now being under construction in Riga Central Station and Riga Airport. The main stations are already under construction. And in Estonia, we have quite a number of products for railways and roads under construction. So I'm talking about civil works first, but then we have also systems. Electrification project is the first project in Europe that we are implementing over 3 countries together. And we already have 4 bidders. It's open information. So it's in the middle of process. And we apply a new system that would we copied this as suggested from Spain. And on CCS, we are just about in days to announce the procurement. So as Agnes Senstein mentioned, that we are in the middle to decide which way to go. Is it to tie with the previous TSI parameters or establish new ones? If to look about the financing and finance, our capex in 2017 in CBA was calculated 5.8 billion euros. And of course, the scope is increasing quite significantly. The inflation is adjusting, the COVID and other means adjusting the pricing, and we are planning to recalculate the price in 2014. We are now procuring and should sign the contract of CBA next month. So we'll develop an updated CBA with new updated parameters. If you say kind of capex is 5.8 billion euro, but the added value, social economic benefit is 18 billion euro of all the means, time savings, CO2 emissions, and etc. We are heavily financed by European Commission, and thanks to that, we have CEF program, receive 85% of co-financing because we are a cohesion country. Up until now, we have signed 8 grant agreement contracts. We have to apply and win the tenders. Up to now, we signed 1.2 billion euros for the grants in previous MFF, which continues until end of 24. We can use that money until then. And in this MFF, we have already received around 450 million euro and just applied around 1 billion additionally. So European Commission is not giving us all money at once. They are giving in portions, or we are asking for this in portions, and they don't approve everything. So they are looking what we are implementing, how we are implementing the project, and when we are matured enough to go for the next phase, then we apply for next funding, and that's how we receive additional funding. And 15% of funding is coming from national budgets. Now it's increasing as the states see a need of more financing from the state budget. We also will analyze alternative financing models for the point type objects like stations, freight facilities, regional stations, and so on.
Ignas,
Yeah.
could we be quite quick because we've got 4 presentations more?
I thought it's a minute, it's an hour. Okay. Okay, thank you. So very short on innovations. So as we are a greenfield project, it's easier for us to implement innovations than in brownfield in Europe. So we're looking for dig once principle. During construction, we apply a BIM model, which is kind of innovation for some suppliers. It's innovation as well for our countries. We had even to adjust legislation implement that in the Baltic states. And we have quite a number of others, so maybe we can talk later on about that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
maybe we can dig into it during the discussion. Thanks for your presentations, and without any delay, we will start with another one, which is the presentation of CPK, Mr. Aleksander Wołowiec.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity of the international conference to express myself in English. My task today is to give you a brief overview and insight into the company I'm representing. Just to sum up, first day of our conference, the CPK project is a part of the process of integration of the region of a really various nature. I'm thinking of economic, political, military, social, industrial dimensions of the project. So you see how big population is involved in the project, just within the European Union, but also taking into account our east neighbor of Ukraine. In terms of network and member states involved in the project, because this is a brotherhood of the ring, I would say, the most key players and the most advanced players you see on the scene. So in terms of the network, it covers Rail Baltica, Poland, and Czech Republic and Hungary, Slovakia, of course. And in terms of the Poland, you see those red lines that are under the preparation or soon the construction. The famous Y line, the high-speed line, which is the most advanced project for us today, and the line to north to the Gdańsk, which is also the high speed. The rest is simply improving the existing network. The green parts are to be modernized by the National Infrastructure Manager. As you see, we are currently performing 24 projects, of which three are enhanced feasibility study, and this is one of the features we are introducing because we are trying to be innovative, and when meeting challenges, we are thinking out of the box and finding the solutions that are the most suitable. We are at the phase. We are the most advanced in terms of the projects for the high-speed rail in Poland. We are at the phase of design, and this covers the line between Warsaw and Łódź. One of the features of our innovative approach is that we are going using the framework contracts that allows us to be very flexible and address all the specificities of the very complex railway projects in Poland. Some of them were somehow prepared, some of them are to be prepared, so we mix this approach to allow to prepare this complex process of preparing documentation and reaching the milestones. This is the example of the framework contract for design. Another example of the framework contract for the engineering is that also gives you the overview that we will use the most flexible way to address this complexity of the project. We go a la menu approach, which means that what we need, we take. And of course, I will just come back on this framework contract a little bit later on. I go fast to keep the time. As I promised, this will be just a brief insight into the company. Another element is this enhanced feasibility study, also signed in the framework contract, that allows us to use the documentation that we've been provided by our predecessors, I would say, and to address the current state of the implementation of the projects. In general, the framework contract we are using are very investor and contractor friendly. You see those elements that helps. I mean, what is advantage for the contractor is that the money are available at every stage. of course under the condition that the work is delivered. But we are open even to cut the deadlines and go for the success fee. We are a pioneer company. Just soon after the preliminary market consultations that we performed, we are ready to launch the framework contract for the construction works, for the preparatory phase of the construction, that will allow also to cut the deadlines for the delivery of this first high-speed line between Warsaw and Łódź. Just to mention that this will allow to deliver a huge bulk of advantages in terms of economic advantages, and that this is just a part of the CPK program, which is the railway. This is the topic of our meeting here today, but not to forget this international hub together with the intermodal node, which this is the first part, the railway program, and the spatial planning, because the CPK is a vehicle that delivers more than just the railway. Just to mention what will be delivered in terms of technicalities, this will be the high-speed lines and high-speed transportation system with 250 kilometers per hour as operating speed. But the design will allow to switch smoothly into 350 if in the future the need will come. Of course, this will be for the perfect design for the population of Poland, which means that the passenger stations will be available at exactly locations that they are needed. Not to mention the 25 kilovolt electrification, which means also the great impact for the industry. You see the bunch of advantages that will be delivered with this approach. It's worth to mention that the CPK program is fully in line with the EU policies, whatever you imagine, whether this is a transportation policy, whether this is a ecology approach, the green approach, the economic, social development, regional development. This is fully in line with those policies, mobility policy. I'm just finishing and would like to give you an overview that the CPK is a professional company, is an engineering company. We represent 17 fields of competency and growing, because there is a need to deliver such a complex project. And this means that we are able to take equal discussion with the market, with the contractors, because a lot of things we can do in-house, which means that in case of failure, we can address this problem. In case of dispute, we can address this problem. In case of lack of the knowledge, we can address this problem with our own resources. So far, we are performing in several phases, in pre-feasibility study phases, in feasibility and enhanced feasibility study, and we arrived at design nowadays, and soon this year, this half of a year, we will arrive at the construction phase. Just finishing, we are digital. I would like to take the message with you when you leave the conference, that we are digital. We are using different layers of being digital. Contractors know what does EDMS means, that this is very challenging, but this is our role as well, to put some pressure on the market and to adjust to it. We are foresight, we have the powerful instruments for forecasting. That's why we are comfortable with the spending public money, because we are doing this in the most appropriate way, efficient way, because these are the public money. We are complex in this approach because we are trying to see everything, the passengers, the freight, the integrated schedule approach to have it run smoothly. And I'm not thinking about only Poland, but about the region as well, because we are sharing our knowledge with our friends from Rail Baltica, and we are open to this. One of the examples is technical standards that are available for everybody, everyone who would like to take. We are comprehensive because we are thinking about the system of transportation, which means not only the infrastructure, but also the rolling stock, also the spatial planning, all this which goes with the development as a general. And we are smart. I would like to say bold and smart, but let's say we are smart because we are using all those elements. We are checking the market on the open book. I know that this is not so simple to implement. We are using the market consultation to know what is the actual state of the market. We are using the integrated teams approach that allows to work on the daily basis, day after day with the contractor. We are advancing, not waiting for the product results after 3 months of not being in the contact. This is one of the examples. I'm finishing. This is one of the examples, the technical standards to be available. They are available. This is an ongoing process. I suppose I will come back on this. And finishing, this is just an overview. Year 2023 is the year of the start of the constructions. So we are delivering. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, so the next presentation goes instantly. Mr. Martin Szwechlik, Director of Department of High-Speed Rail Preparation, Sprawa Żeleznic. Floor is yours. Please be as quick as possible.
Dobrý den, dámy a pánové, moc děkuji za prostor zde představit vysokorychlostní.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the possibility of presenting the Czech projects. We believe that this is a complex system, comprehensive system.
Nákladní dopravy,
We have decided to deliver this project because we have been quite successful as the rail company in the Czech Republic, and we no longer have spare transport capacities. So we decided to build new networks in order for the potential of the railway to be fully used. And the high-speed rail should be the backbone of the rail system in our country.
terminál, kam přijede ten
So we want to implement
systém.
the high-speed rail in such a way as to enable all citizens to travel to the station offering high-speed connections in the time not longer than 20 minutes.
Tunel, který bude dlouhý až
We are going to focus on the connection to Germany. There will be a tunnel built of 25 kilometers. We're talking about 700 kilometers of routes which are going to follow the French model. This is based on our strategic decision. We have started cooperation with SNCF, thanks to which we've been able to design technical standards, the relevant ones.
maximální design těch tratí.
Our operating speed is going to be 320 kilometers an hour. The design speed 350 kilometers an hour. We have typical SRK and the European traction powering. The rest of the network will be converted to that standard also. The key element was to shorten the travel time. So we're talking about the travel time up to 1 or 2 hours.
Hlavní město, tak je tam neustálý nárůst počtu cest.
We have connections between the main cities and the traffic is increasing.
Tratí a modernizace stávajících tratí. Napojíme vlastně všechny ty
So the concept of high-speed rail plus traditional rail is what is of our interest. We want all towns and cities in the Czech Republic to be connected, to have connection to Prague with travel time not longer than 2 hours. Here on the map you see all the rail lines.
kilometrů za hodinu až po ty
We've developed a model with different types of trains, starting with the speed of 200 kilometers an hour to 320 kilometers an hour. This is going to be available once the project is finished. And we're also thinking about international connections, which is very important, equally important as shortening the travel time in the Czech Republic. The connections to Poland, Germany. Our working groups are already working on that.
poslední část této sítě čeká na
We will have this Krušnohorský tunnel, Bochomin,
ministerstva dopravy.
and we'll have a connection to Wrocław. The last part of the project has not yet been approved, but we believe that approximately 300 kilometers of rail lines will be designed in the first half of the current year. We have very intense discussions with representatives of local governments and with the citizens of the Czech Republic. And in these discussions, we use digital methods. We also use digital methods to design the rail lines. When working on each section, we create a website where we also collect citizens' opinions. For most of the sections, we've already conducted the environmental impact assessment, and this year we are going to start EAN assessments, and we're going to conduct the first market consultations for the design and build approach. And I think that the first tenders are going to be organized and decided in the first half of the next year, so that in 2025 we can start the construction works. This network is part of the Trans-European Transportation Network. Currently, we are raising funds for the Prague-Dresden connection, and I'm very happy that there is a lot of interest in the Czech Republic from the central government and the regional governments in this system, and I'm very happy that this system is starting to operate.
And the next presentation is from Mr. Martin Spon, Head of Railway Infrastructure Department in the Ministry of Construction and Transport in Hungary. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, high-speed railway has been in the national spatial and zoning plans in Hungary since the early 90s. Since Hungary reoriented itself from a socialist country to the part of the European Union, but these parts of future prospectable high-speed lines were basically a placeholders in the zoning plan for Hungary, and no one really thought that Hungary is mature enough, Hungary and economy is strong enough. Let's say the value of Hungarian travelers is high enough to actually build these high-speed lines, and the trigger from the status quo was given by a high-level political partnership in the Visegrad countries. There was a ministerial level declaration to prepare high-speed railways in the region from Warsaw and Prague via Bratislava to Budapest, which gave us the opportunity to re-evaluate this position. But we wanted to go much further than just to fulfill political wish. We wanted to use this opportunity to show that high-speed railway investment in Hungary is the next step, what we need to undertake, and it's logical, it's usable and it's feasible for travelers. And for that, we tried to build up a framework where on one side we took connectivity in the Central European region. On the other side, we took it as an opportunity to connect Hungary to the already existing European high-speed railway network in Western Europe. And similar to the Czech Republic, we also wanted to use this opportunity to show how newly built rail infrastructure can unlock more capacity on the conventional network. And our goal was to create a framework where we can combine all these elements, but not to add the cost of all these elements, just the benefits, let's say. So I think the key, well, you could say innovation of our approach was that we designed the operational concept first, and everything followed out of the operational concept. We chose an alignment that is able to free up capacity on not just one but two TEN-T corridors: the corridor between Budapest and the Hungarian, Austrian, Slovakian tri-border area, and the other corridor to the southwest to Croatia, Slovenia, and the Adriatic ports. This alignment basically split up the planned route to three different sections designated by city hubs of local municipalities of Székesfehérvár and Győr. And basically each of, at these hubs, we always have a bypass route for the high-speed railway and branches connecting the high-speed railway to the conventional network. And this approach basically split up the alignment to three sections. We have the Budapest to Székesfehérvár section characterized by lots of conventional traffic planned to be facilitated on the high-speed line. We have the section between Székesfehérvár and Győr, which you can see on the map, can also function as a route bypassing Budapest, where we would even envision some freight services using the new infrastructure. And we have the section from Győr to the border areas, where the key goal of building the new infrastructure is to build to provide the fastest connectivity to our neighboring capitals. And actually, for all of these three sections, we opted for different set of design parameters, which at the end allowed us to optimize on the cost of the project. To have this operational concept define our project, we had to have a sound basis in modeling. And well, a bit contrary to Poland and the Czech Republic, and even if we take the Baltic states as one entity, we were quite constrained in it because most of our projected traffic is cross-border. Hungary is a relatively small country, and the agglomeration of Budapest, every third Hungarian lives in the agglomeration of Budapest. So basically, there is just not that much potential for domestic traffic to alone sustain high-speed railway. Therefore, we had to focus on international destinations. Well, in times when it's being questioned who affiliates with the West and who affiliates with the East, for us it was quite easy. We just had to look to where our passengers are going. Hungarians are voting with their feet, let's say, and without high-speed railway currently they are using aviation. The top 20, out of the top 20 destinations from Budapest Airport, 12 are actually reachable with high-speed railway if we have the potential services. So we knew that we have over 2 million prospective cross-border passengers per year if we build the appropriate infrastructure and if we can deliver the appropriate services on it. And I think you cannot really begin early enough to plan future services. That is why we are not just in partnership with our neighbors when we are speaking of infrastructure, like we are here today, but we are also in partnership with European stakeholders for planning future services such as the Eurolink. And we used the models from these partnerships as the input data for our passenger forecasting that showed that if we provide these services, passengers will actually use high-speed railway. So by this concept of putting the operations in center and design everything around it, we could add up the benefits while keeping the costs at a moderate rate. That resulted in a project with a benefit-cost ratio of 2.4. Of course, it's before crisis prices, so similar to the other projects. We will have to re-evaluate it as well. But I think the most important result of the work we've undertaken in the past 2 years in partnership with our neighbors is that we've put high-speed railways on the mind map of Hungary. Now, high-speed railway is not a long-term plan, but it's within the same project pipeline like all other rail investments. We delivered the feasibility study. We are right now working on the environmental impact assessment in a twin project with Austria to assess the whole corridor via the Schwechat Airport to Vienna. And we are cooperating with Slovakia for the branch to Bratislava, where Slovakia is planning to undertake a similar feasibility study. And I think a good indicator that it is in the normal project pipeline of all other rail investments that let's say the very first pilot section of the high-speed railway, the agglomeration section from Budapest, the 20-kilometer long section, will already be reconstructed in the next funding period. So between 21 and 27, with construction tender launched, planning to be launched this year. And at this first 20-kilometer section, we will already build 4 tracks in mind that the already existing 2 tracks will be for the conventional traffic, and the new 2 tracks will be already there in place for the future alignment of the high-speed railway. Thanks for your attention. I tried to be quite brief.
Thank you very much for keeping the time. And the last presentation is from UTK, Polish Railway Transport Office. Prezes Kamil Wilde. Panie prezesie, proszę bardzo.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Good morning, everyone.
Witam bardzo serdecznie. Mam nadzieję, że wszyscy tutaj zgromadzeni
Good morning.
wiemy, czym się zajmuje Urząd Transportu Kolejowego.
I expect you know what UTK is, Office of Rail Transport in Poland. If you're in the railway business in Poland, you have come across UTK, but we have foreign guests in the room. So let me just share a brief presentation. I will try to be very concise, given the time constraints.
Mam nadzieję, że się uda, w przeciwieństwie do może tutaj moich znamienitych poprzedników. Na początku.
And so let me first share a brief video and then follow up with a presentation.
Of track. There is a single authority which oversees the Polish railway market to keep it safe for all. The President of the Office of Rail Transport is an agency of central government. It is the national security authority and regulator for Polish railways. See this short video about what our office does. Every day and every hour, our staff make sure that your journey by rail is safe and comfortable. Our railway inspectors operate the latest control tools to verify the condition of the railway infrastructure several hundred times a year, including the safety of railway crossings for motorists. But that is not all we do. The president of the UTK authorizes the rolling stock for rail service, supervises the products used in regular and cable railways, and provides certification and licensing for railway undertakings. There is also an online application from the UTK for licensing professional train drivers. We are happy to share our knowledge. The UTK Academy holds workshops for railway workers and officers. While we do train professionals, we also educate children. Our proprietary social program, Railway ABC, promotes safety on sites of railway operations. To make sure rail passengers know their rights, we periodically organize the Passengers' Day at railway stations, and our information is also available for Polish Sign Language users because we are ready and open for new challenges. In case your journey by train fails to meet your expectations, you can count on us. Simply file your complaint with the president of the UTK. Nearly 80% of the cases are ruled in favor of the passengers concerned. The Passengers Ombudsman, an officer of the president of the UTK, can assist you if your complaint is dismissed. We care for railway passengers with disabilities while setting high standards of employment for the disabled, who are now over 6% of the staff at the UTK. Our head office features all the accommodations they need. The UTK Employment and Social Affairs policy in this area has been awarded several times. Railway enthusiasts will appreciate our head office as well. They certainly know the bull and the potato beetle, Polish railway slang names for certain types of locomotives, but also the names of the conference rooms at the UTK. The UTK head office also provides daycare facilities for employed mothers whenever they need to take their children to work. The UTK employs nearly 300 people and has 7 local agencies in Warsaw, Lublin, Kraków, Gdansk, Katowice, Wrocław and Poznan. Rest assured, we are always near you to handle all your problems. With our electronic document interchange systems, more than half of our work is handled paperless. The UTK is a modern and open authority, but the UTK is first the people who create it. We all care for safe and equal operating conditions for all railway services. We form a modern, open and friendly office that wants to solve problems together, hand in hand, with all railway market stakeholders.
Super, bardzo dziękuję za obejrzenie tego krótkiego.
Thank you for watching our brief video. I'm not going to repeat what has been said in the video.
Na tym slajdzie, więc można powiedzieć.
And that's actually this slide. But UTK is a national security database, and we are also an office for the protection of consumers and competition in the railway sector. We protect competition, we handle passengers' rights.
2000 działań nadzorczych, a różnie przeprowadzamy.
Annually, we undertake 2000 interventions, and we also implement the interoperability plan. These are our responsibilities at the UTK. On top of that, as of the 1st of January 2023, we are responsible for holding examinations for train drivers, licensing them, certifying them for the first time in the history of the Polish railways. This is going to be a state exam, and the examination will consist of 3 parts: theoretical, practical plus simulator. Now, we have purchased 3 locomotive simulators, and we will be holding examinations, state examinations for train drivers using the simulators. I know that our time is short. The moderator is signaling that time is running out, so this will be all from me at this point. Thank you very much for your understanding.
English again. We now shall begin our discussion. I've already crossed out over 60% of the questions I was intending to ask. So without further ado, I will start with a question to Ignas from Rail Baltica. It is well known that you are presenting yourself, Rail Baltica project, and the Rail Baltica as company, as an innovative entity. Could you comment a little more about your approach to all those new technologies? Some of them were mentioned, but it was, of course, not enough time to go deeper during the presentation. Could you tell us what new technologies, what innovations, what different approaches to the project you deliver as Rail Baltica within your project?
Thank you. Does it work? Yeah, okay. So, as I mentioned, we're a greenfield project, and it's way easier for greenfield projects to apply innovations. But in railways, it's also complicated to apply innovations. It's when I think our previous boss said that railways is like dinosaurs. You know, they are moving very slowly to innovations. But we do innovations, and first of all during construction, and later on during operations. We haven't implemented all of our ideas, but we have some good ones. So during construction, we're looking, as Alexander presented, we can copy-paste actually our team innovations during constructions. We apply everything what is digital. Yeah, and like BIM, Primavera P6, electronic document management systems, asset management systems, and so on. So in some cases it's innovation for the markets, for some not. For signaling and electrification for the systems itself, we are intending to apply innovations. For electrification, we decided to apply SFC principle, not AC. So that we now implementing in Lithuania on 1520 gauge SFC electrification part, so that would be the same standard, and also Latvia and Estonia is thinking to move towards that direction. On signaling, we haven't made official decision, but it's very close to that, that we will apply FRMCS. And Baltic States ministries already acknowledged that Rail Baltica, over all Rail Baltica line, there should be 5G network. So it's probably not a question that we will not have 5G, we have to have it. Just a question how. And I saw somewhere our colleagues from Aegis that are advising us how to implement that. Overall, we're looking everything from life cycle perspective, so that it's not only about capex and how we do it now, but what's the most beneficial for operations, for future customers, for passengers, and for businesses. Yeah, and I think the most important is to digitalize. Nowadays, we are too little digital in railways. And according to a very good study of OECD last year in February, that in Europe we should have always for modes of transport in place at any point in time, and with digital means, then the customers, meaning passengers or businesses, can choose whatever mode of transport in any mean of time. And with this principle, if we cooperate between the states better, then Europe could significantly improve its added value economic sense against other regions. Just to mention the last point, I think that we also applied higher platform standard. We equalized this to Poland one, 760 millimeters height platforms to adjust it to people with reduced mobility, so that those people could also travel seamlessly throughout the Baltic states and Poland. Yeah, this is short.
I've got one detailed question. You mentioned FMRCS and the 5G standard, and I understood that this is a firm decision to go that way. What is your approach to this not being quite precisely decided and designed at the level of European Railway Agency? Are you there at the table? You discuss with them, because we understand that all the details are not set with the industry as for now. This is interesting question for rail industry.
It's an interesting question to us as well. Basically, we don't have official decision yet, and that's why we are discussing so much, and we are on the edge to decide whether to install GSMR or not, And if we install GSMR now, basically after 10 years, we have to reconstruct all the line. So it also doesn't make economic sense. We are launching the operations from 2028 to 2030. So we have maybe then to wait until TSI parameters are approved, but we also don't want to be late with the project. So we are on the edge, and we are aligning with European Commission, RTMS coordinator, and other means that we apply the standards how Europe is going to apply, but Europe should apply then also standard that we are going to apply. So who is first is the question. So we are in the middle of that decision.
Thank you very much. I will now switch briefly to Polish, ponieważ jako moderator...
Well, as the moderator invited by CPK, I represent the chamber, the Land Transport Chamber of Commerce, so probably they wouldn't let me be if I asked the question regarding the Polish industry in English. So, a question to Mr. Wołowiec. In your presentation, preliminary consultations with the market have been mentioned. They have been conducted for both design and construction works. You've also mentioned the technical standards, and both the consultations and the standards have led to quite high emotions on the market. So could you comment on the results of the consultations regarding the construction and the consultations regarding the standards, and what part of the consultations or results of the consultations have you taken into account in your further works? And when are you going to start the construction itself? Well, thank you very much for this question. I will have an opportunity to tell you where you are. Technical standards are of extreme importance for the whole project of designing, construction, and then operation and maintenance of rail infrastructure. We are building infrastructure for high-speed rail, so the relevant document did not exist yet. So in cooperation with the Railway Institute and our foreign partners like the French rail or Spanish rail, we have developed such a document. This is a living document. Currently, we have the second version of it. It is very important for such a document to be consulted and agreed on with the market. And such a process has been conducted. Well, a large part of the results of the consultations have been taken into account. Not all of them fully. As I've said, this is a living process, a dynamic process. So it has not been completed yet. The document that we've created makes it possible for us to implement our plans. The Łódź Tunnel project is the one where we've had the biggest progress. The other two projects for the Warsaw-Łódź connection are also being implemented. We have applied for the environmental decision. We also have the selected route of connecting Warsaw and Łódź, and we've also submitted the application for the environmental decision for the airport and for the transport hub itself, because actually this airport and the transport hub has to fit in the existing infrastructure, but we're talking about 100 kilometers of rail tracks in order to connect the hub itself.
Planowanie i projektowanie
So
muszą się
planning and design have to be based on the set of documents that has already been prepared. We are open for further dialogue.
realizacji tego programu
I can't imagine that the program can be implemented without dialogue, but I can see challenges on both sides. I know that
wspomniał
during the consultations that I have mentioned
Państwa już. Ja też
regarding the construction works themselves,
branża przedstawiła
the industry
które są oczywiście zrozumiałe
have prepared their preferences, presented their preferences,
w działaniu, no to
which is quite understandable.
potrzeby zmiany takiego podejścia. Natomiast CPEC jest
CPK is an element
pewne zachowanie.
of change,
Tutaj prosiłbym o zrozumienie, cierpliwość.
and I would like to ask you for understanding and patience and openness to our standards,
Ułożonego
because we are introducing new standards
istniejącej praktyki.
to the existing practice.
Jednym z takich elementów
One of such elements
pozwala również nam przyspieszyć realizację
that will also
pomysłu
enable us to accelerate the work is the idea of
określonych
creating packages of works.
6 pakietów.
We've defined 6 packages of works
Pierwszy obejmuje
that the investment process consists of.
budowlanych. To
The
jest
first package involves 6 activities, like for example leveling the ground,
istniejących budynków, czy
dismantling the existing buildings or removing the trees, geological and geotechnical works,
konserwatorskie, archeologiczne.
maintenance works,
Co
you
pozwoli
know,
nam awansować wcześniej
all that has to be done prior to applying for the construction permit.
na budowę i
But we can already start these works without waiting for the construction permit.
więc w
We are now working on the preparation of the tender procedure.
kwartale wyjdziemy z
So in the first half of the current year, maybe even the first quarter
kontrakt
of this year,
umową właśnie na
we will organize a tender for the framework
pozwoli nam przygotować
contract regarding those activities that I have just listed.
Jeszcze jedno
Thank you.
pytanie zupełnie.
Well, one more question, supplementary question.
A wiem, że w konsultacjach
I know
hasło też się pojawiło.
that this has also been mentioned during the market consultations.
Jest bardzo paląca, czyli kwestia zmian cen,
How are you going to approach
zmian w kontrakcie,
the
waloryzacji.
currently very hot issue of the changing prices?
Coś, co spędza
Today,
sens powiek.
this
Było to
is
przedmiotem
something that is very difficult for entrepreneurs,
czy,
and that question was also asked during the consultation process. Could you briefly
w
comment
zakresie.
on the prices?
kompleksowych wyzwań czy problemów.
Well, we have comprehensive challenges or problems,
Stosujemy kompleksowe rozwiązania.
so we also provide complex solutions to these.
Był omawiany w ramach
The topic has been discussed
Open Book, czyli na
as part of the open book approach.
waloryzacja, która jest zapięta w
The
prawie zamówień
revaluation that is included in the public procurement law
w obsłudze instrumentem.
is a very tough instrument. If
Wyjść na
the industry
wyzwaniom, jakie
is ready to meet the challenges
polityczna stawia przed
posed by the CPK, but also by the geopolitical situation,
wykonaniem
then maybe we'll be able to do something.
diabeł tkwi
It is difficult.
i
Additional work will be needed. And, well, of course, the devil dies in the details. For example, there are accounting problems.
to adresowałoby kwestię,
If these are solved, I think we could
bo w momencie, kiedy
address the issue of the limits of revaluation.
to
Because,
nie jest stosowane
well, generally speaking, this solution is applied both in Poland and abroad.
koszt, to również
Once you see the exact cost,
w godnym wynagrodzeniu.
you can also discuss the decent remuneration or margin.
Dziękuję
So
bardzo.
I think this is the word
Now,
forward.
my next question is to Mr. Martin Szwechlik from Sprawa Żeleznic. This is some kind similar question to our colleague from Rail Baltica, because innovation and innovative approach is always a case as regards the high-speed rail projects. What is your view, your approach, your achievements in this area as for now and plans for the future?
Tak v České republice také jde o stavbu na zeleném poli těch vysokorychlostních tratí, ale my máme velkou provázanost.
In the Czech Republic,
také vlastně ta stavební správa vysokorychlostních
we have greenfield projects, but we also have connections to the existing networks. So it makes it easier for us as the manager of the infrastructure. But currently we're modernizing the entire network. For us, the European SRK and ETS is something that ETCS this is something that we are going to apply. There is big demand for the construction. I mean, high-speed rail has this advantage that we have greenfield projects.
Použili jsme metodu zaběhlou třeba v Holandsku.
So we can put more emphasis on the quality.
Na to projednání těch staveb.
We have followed the example of the Netherlands.
Velké počty osob, takže tady se snažíme uplatnit právě tu digitální.
And we put a lot of emphasis on the environment and on using digital solutions.
Prohlédnout ten 3D model té stavby a zaznamenat tam rovnou poznámky a dotazy.
We've prepared the 3D models. For those who are interested, they can put their comments there. And this year, we are going to start the process of buying plots of land on which the trucks will be laid. The cooperation with the French SNCF is very important for us. We started developing technical standards together with them.
Převádíme ty větší podrobnosti technické a také nás čeká konzultace.
Of course, we added new details.
Design and build. Popsat a nadefinovat tak, aby ozvěnu toho trhu. Takže ta budeme.
We are at the stage of preparing the first tender procedure.
Ty soutěže, ty tendry.
In the design and build system.
A pak samozřejmě budou tady ty otázky
So we would like to prepare the tenders as well as we can.
Teď v tomto druhém poli.
And then we are going to monitor the prices. We're going to investigate, examine the situation. Thank you.
I will, of course, go for another more detailed question. You mentioned tendering. You mentioned tendering and the system design and build. I would like to ask you, what is your approach to the market you are targeting? Are you open to the companies from around Europe, or do you feel that the domestic market will be capable to deliver as regards this high standard and highly complicated projects, or do you feel that the cooperation with companies and producers from different states is needed?
V současné době při tom projektování té předprojektové dokumentace
currently, when designing the documentation,
právě evropských firm, takže na našem trhu působí firmy samozřejmě z Francie.
The European companies, but also Czech companies have been involved. We cooperate with design companies from Scandinavia, for example.
Máme to příležitost samozřejmě investiční.
But of course we are open for the Czech industry.
Také tu kvalitu.
This is a big investment opportunity for the Czech market. But quality needs to be ensured.
velké množství staveb na konvenční železniční síti.
Currently,
Stavby a budují na
we
200 km za hodinu.
build quite a lot of conventional rails.
Jsou jednoznačně.
We are getting ready for the speed of 200 kilometers an hour. And we want to use the market consultations in order to define the tender documentation very well and the terms of reference properly. We're following the situation in Morocco because there new rail lines were built in cooperation with the French SNCF. And again, quite a lot of local companies were involved in the process. Of course, Morocco doesn't have such developed industry as the Czech Republic, so we can involve the Czech producers in our projects aimed at shortening the travel times.
Takže žádné bariéry rozhodně stavět nemůžeme.
The projects that will be beneficial to our economy. Of course, we must not put any barriers for the companies coming from other European countries, but we are going to define the right quality conditions because we want to have new rail lines that will guarantee the achievement of our goals. We also focus on safety management issues. We want the infrastructure to be reliable
a vlastně v současné době se projednává norma
and of high quality.
Která bude prováděcí předpis zákona o dráhách a i tam jsou právě ty požadavky spolehlivosti provozu.
Currently we are working on a standard which will include the requirements regarding the reliability of the system.
It's quite interesting, I think, to hear that companies from all over Europe are involved in your projects. My next question is to Marton from the Hungarian Ministry. It was very interesting in your presentation that you mentioned at least 2 or 3 times the cross-border dimension of your projects, because as regards solely Hungarian market, there is not much room to economically justify the high-speed rail. I would like to ask, because you about all those synergic cooperation among our Central Eastern Europe region, and you also mentioned the smart mobility strategy. Do you feel within the ministry that this might be an opportunity to bring this message about high-speed rail in our region to the table in Brussels and maybe gain some benefits from this side also?
So I think we have quite a good cooperation in our region regarding building our future high-speed infrastructure. Today's program is basically a showcase of it. But I think now we are in Central Europe advanced enough that we know that we are going to build it, to start to think how are we going to operate it. I understand that constructing new rail lines is a big business, but we can realize it soon that operating them as well, especially in an open and competitive market like the European rail market is. And I think also in our Central European partnership, the next step could be cooperation in the operational concept, especially as we are doing quite good in it. Conventional cross-border connections between Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria and Hungary are quite good. I could also come here today, yesterday, but for today by train. And I think countries in Europe who already have high-speed railway would be happy to have such type of cross-border connections like we have today on conventional railways. So why not preserve this value and put it on the high-speed layer? But for that, I think, and this is where the European scope comes in the picture, and let's say lobbying in Brussels comes into picture, we need to realize that not just the infrastructure, but the rolling stock is a huge investment. And right now, my impression is that the approach of the European Commission is very one-sided. It is very infrastructure heavy. And I think our region would benefit a lot if it would be complemented by a rolling stock pillar, especially if we want to see the new rolling stock for our infrastructure. Well, maybe not completely built, but not completely built in the region, but with a lot of added value from the Central European region. And it is important, and it is not just about financing. I think it's also about creating a big enough market for rolling stock. We see that right now every country goes with their individual solutions. Yesterday I could travel with a very nice express intercity Pendolino of the Polish Railways. Austria buys Railjets, Czech Republic buys the Interjets, and there is no let's say Airbus of the rails that has a market in whole Europe, and I know that right now the European Commission goes for the so-called go everywhere coaches, but that's just the beginning. We would need the high-speed motor unit of Europe that has on one side the perspective to complete every cross-border task, and also on the other side the prospect to be commonly financed because it has benefits everywhere. So I think we have quite a big field to complement the lobbying in infrastructure with lobbying for services, lobbying for easier solutions with rolling stock.
Thank you very much. I'm quite confused now because my additional question was already answered. I noted the financial stability, rolling stock, and state aid. You already commented on that, we should come together to Brussels and European Commission in order to convince them that not only infrastructure is the important issue. Could you comment a little bit on the Hungarian approach to the purchase of rolling stock? Do you think that it will be market-driven projects, or do you foresee that it will be financed somehow with the state funds? I know that it's a difficult question because this is a question to the Minister of Finance, but maybe your view as Ministry of Transport.
Well, I tried to phrase it very cautiously in my previous contribution as well. I don't want to stipulate that the European Commission should buy us a fleet of new high-speed railway rolling stock, not just because it's unrealistic, but I don't think that it would be the good solution. We see, for instance, in the Czech Republic, how opening up the long-distance market can actually create benefits for the end users. But there is a lot that regulatory power can do by making the business case to invest into railway rolling stock for private stakeholders more attractive. It is making the internal market more open and more sustainable, making it easier to have a long-term business case, because investing into rolling stock is a very long-term financial measure. And also it is about dismantling the technical barriers that are sometimes not just even there to provide for safety, but let's admit it's sometimes there to protect the internal market. So I think it's a complex procedure. There are lots of stakeholders who are benefiting, but lots of stakeholders who are benefiting less. So it needs lots of consultation and lots of works to establish this rolling stock pillar on a European level.
Thank you very much. Now I'll switch again to Polish. Panie prezesie, Wysłuchaliśmy
We have listened to many speakers talk about innovation. We know that the Polish railway network has been quite uniform,
małymi wyjątkami
with minor exceptions regarding private infrastructure or individual sections. We have one infrastructure manager. We are now launching new technologies, a new category of traffic, new type of transport. This will impact not only traffic
ale także na całą sieć.
on HSR lines, but the network in general.
W taborze są dosyć
Technicalities are
państwo jako
an obvious requirement for both infrastructure and the rolling stock. In your office, where do you see the key challenges? What would you recommend that investors or markets should do when planning, so we don't have to overcome barriers that we have planted ourselves? Thank you.
Oj, wyzwanie jest
There are lots of challenges,
sam projekt
many challenges. The project itself is vast enough
na wiele lat, to wszystko
and long term,
jakby rozpisane, natomiast
spread over time.
Państwo
But
tak,
in fact,
od początku.
first things first,
Wszyscy wiemy, nie jest to dokładnie
we
żadne.
all know that
CPK to będzie jeden
CPK
poligon, jeżeli chodzi
will be a testing ground
jeżeli chodzi o sektor
for
kolejowy w Polsce.
many solutions in the Polish rail industry. It will definitely spur the development of the railways and the development of our producers in Poland and abroad, because any investment like this
się do
contributes
bardzo dużego
to
postępu. No i
progress.
mianownik
The
tych nowinek technicznych
common denominator for all the technical innovations that will be implemented
infrastrukturze,
in our infrastructure
jeżeli chodzi o tabor, również
and
nowoczesny, szybki,
the
bezpieczny.
rolling stock that must be
Wspólnym mianownikiem
fast and state of the art. The common denominator is safety.
z trzema takimi jak gdyby
Safety with three
technika,
pillars: technology,
etapy projektowania, budowy, utrzymania,
design, construction, maintenance, operation of the CPK,
kwestie dotyczące przewoźników oraz
all that relates to carriers, and
które są związane z CPK.
the organization of everyone relating to the CPK. So the three key pillars,
które muszą
three legs that must work together.
A teraz
Now,
do konkretu.
to be more specific,
CPK na pewno
CPK
wyzwaniem
is facing a challenge.
pewnie, że będzie
We know
stosowane techniczne
that
specyfikacje interoperacyjności.
Interoperability will be a key requirement in technical specifications. There's no other option. But what interoperability? We know there are new technical specifications for interoperability coming that will probably be approved in a Commission implementing regulation later this year. So which specifications do we apply? The latest ones or the previous ones? The latest ones
które wypełniają pewne luki, takie
fill certain gaps
w poprzednich TSI, ale jest tam równocześnie bardzo
from the past, but they also provide many new functionalities, such as
FRM, CSM, już nie mówimy o GSM,
FRCS,
najbliższy czas,
etc. All these functionalities, or some of them,
będzie miała albo okres przejściowy, albo
will
obligatoryjne,
have a transitional period or will be optional for implementation. But this kind of project is long term, and so we have to decide now,
w pełni odpowiedzialną decyzję,
make an informed decision which
techniczne specyfikacje.
technical specifications for interoperability to apply.
Najwięcej zmian oczywiście było w CCS-ie, czyli w sterowaniu.
Of course, the CCS is subject to the major change, and we know that the backbone of this component
Oczywiście KDEP, CPK,
is
o kolejach dużych prędkości, gdzie musi być stosowane.
HSR CCS.
odnośnie
So
preautoryzacji
the question is about pre-authorization by the European Rail Agency.
Państwo już wysłaliście
Have you already
agencją
talked to
w tym
them
zakresie, ponieważ
on this point?
przypomnę, że z takim wnioskiem do Agencji Krajowej Unii
You
Europejskiej
have to apply to ERA before
przetargowym
you open your tenders, and then you have to wait for their decision.
przed organizacją takiego przetargu.
But before you open a tender, you have to ask the ERA
Nasz przetarg
whether your tender ensures the application of technical specifications for interoperability. That's one point. Number two,
25 kV prądu zmiennego.
power. 25
Jeżeli chodzi o nasz
kilowatts,
rynek kolejowy, jest to...
kilovolts of power. That is
Państwo wiecie, że
a new
jest interfejs
development for Poland,
chwilowe są mamy 3
and
stałego.
we are now using 3 kV of
systemów, między innymi systemu zasilania. To są zawsze najbardziej trudne, newralgiczne elementy i miejsca.
and interfaces are always the choke points.
Okej, możemy powiedzieć, że
Technology is complex. For our neighbors, 25 kV is nothing new, but it is something quite new for Poland. I'm hoping there will be many studies of the power loads,
powiedzmy lokalizacje, kwestie dotyczące na przykład, nie wiem,
locations,
gruntu,
additional plots of land that need to be acquired to construct substations. It's a key challenge, but the interface is essential between 3 and 25 kilovolts.
na swoim
PKP Energetyka
już przeprowadza różne
is testing such solutions in the testing grounds, and I hope that the CPK is
poważnie traktowane i
taking all these aspects into consideration. Next,
bardzo trudne, wieloaspektowe
this is a very complex, multifaceted project which changes our approach to the railway sector. So the CPK and then the manager, the carrier, the operator, how will they manage risks?
To jest jedna wielka zmiana, przypomnę. Mam
It's a
nadzieję,
key
że
change,
dotyczący
and I'm hoping that there will be
spółka przeprowadzi
many
dużo, a te analizy
risk management studies for the CPK. Our office at the end will approve
odnośnie zarządzania ryzykiem.
your projects for commissioning. So I'm hoping that such risk management studies have been conducted at an early stage.
Należy zarządzać od etapu
You have to manage that
zmian technicznych poprzez
when you are planning any technology change and all the way to reorganization, training of your staff in using the new technology, etc.
kwestia dotycząca
Then there's the issue of
bardzo fajnie było już wspominane odnośnie
an issue that has been mentioned, railway vehicles. Indeed,
Aleksander, no pewnie gdybym się zapytał, jakie pojazdy, to bym pół godziny mi opowiadał.
if you ask me about
Jakie powinny być to pojazdy?
the vehicles
Szybkie, na pewno powyżej 250.
I would like to see, I should like to say they should be fast, more than 250 kilometers per hour. So fast, safe, environment friendly, comfortable, convenient, with Wi-Fi, with air conditioning, what have you.
Gdybyśmy na naszym miejscu zaprosili producentów, to
If you had producers on this stage, every producer of railway vehicles would tell you that they are happy to develop such vehicles and sell them as soon as possible. After all, last year, investment in the rolling stock was really scarce, so producers would be happy to sell. But
Jak to tak ładnie ująć?
How should I put it? I would
czasu może tak dla producentów,
caution
jeżeli chodzi o
you against
jeżeli chodzi o pojazdy kolejowe.
setting very strict deadlines for producers and suppliers of rolling stock, because quite often the suppliers have little time to deliver,
Zaczyna popełniać różnego rodzaju
so they make mistakes.
później
They have problems with certification,
z wystawieniem deklaracji
with issuing declarations.
dziecięcego, więc
So toothing age errors, so to speak. I can see that the moderator is signaling our time is up, so my suggestion to optimize your procurement plans,
jeżeli chodzi o
both for infrastructure and rolling stock
wielkim projektem,
in a big project like the CPK.
bo papier wiele przyjmie, a
You can put many things on paper, but life is
każdy powinien
different.
czas na realne
Everybody should have enough time to deliver realistically. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to close at this point.
I was given a very intensive signal that I already exceed the time for our debate. Thank you very much, gentlemen. My only outcome of this debate, not to speak very much, is that next year, maybe in the second half of this year, we should organize a strict railway debate lasting for 2 days and not 1 hour and a half. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for hosting and moderating this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that all the presentations will be available after the conference. We've noticed that many of you are taking photos of what is being displayed. If it's an urgent information, then please, of course, do so. But be aware that the presentation will be available, so you can then go back and see all the data that you need in the bigger and more user-friendly format. And now we are having 10 minutes of a very short break just to stretch, grab a coffee, and in 10 minutes time, so 10 to noon, we're meeting here for the next panel. Thank you very much. during the coffee breaks, but we also really love to have you here in this very room to have the audience that will also ask some questions at the end of the panels. And please be advised that shortly the workshop that has been announced by the CEO is going to start in the conference room number 3. So if you have assigned yourself for this workshop, then please further on proceed to the room number 3. And here in our main conference room, we are starting with the next panel, Business Drivers of High-Speed Rails. And I would like to invite to the stage the moderator for this part, Mr. Ian Horsman-Sewell, the Vice President, UK and Europe, CPCS. The stage is yours.
Hello everybody, dzień dobry. My name is Ian Horsman-Sewell and I'm one of the directors of the CPCS group. We are infrastructure advisors based in Canada and operating globally, particularly here in Europe and in North America and Africa. It's a great pleasure to moderate the coming panel. I think it's a really important subject, and I wanted to start simply by emphasizing the fact that the next, however long we have, 70 or 80 minutes, is an opportunity for all of us to have a discussion, not just to listen to presentations. So please start thinking about questions you'd like to ask, whether in English, Polish, or any other language. We have wonderful translation, so nobody needs to feel shy about asking questions, and the panelists and I have prepared ourselves to leave plenty of time for questions. The most important thing I'd like to do is to introduce the panelists to you and ask them to come up on stage. We have a really interesting international panel with both local and international perspectives. Pablo Ramos is an account director and deep railway specialist from INECO, Spain's publicly owned international engineering and design services firm. Marita Susztak is chief executive of Poland's Land Transport Chamber of Commerce. It'll be really important to hear her view. Marek Kleszczewski is a director of the PKP Energetica business that is currently transferring from private equity to public ownership, so some interesting perspectives there. Olivier Piron is the head of the Rolling Stock and Fixed Installations Unit at the EU's Agency for Railways. Interesting perspectives from Olivia on interoperability and standards. And last but not least, Maciej Olek is a director of the enormous Budimex construction business here in Poland, which leads in many infrastructure areas in terms of construction. Excuse me. As a panel, we've been asked to address the business drivers for high-speed or of high-speed rail. And there are 4 areas I just wanted to highlight that we want to try and get into in the discussion. The first is really looking at what principled business drivers really means, the why we're doing this. The second is to look at new solutions and trends that could support what we're seeking to design and deliver in Central Europe in the way of high-speed rail. And I remember from yesterday, Marcin Horala's comment that the region is looking to get the advantage of the latecomer and exploit some of those new solutions and trends. The third is looking at challenges and opportunities for industry and business in the whole region. And I know Marita has some comments on that subject, particularly for the Polish infrastructure and rail sector. And then finally, we want to get a bit challenging and see if there are changes, both legal and organizational, in the way we're going about high-speed rail in this region, whether the organizations themselves or the supply chain that could be made to improve the outcomes from each of the high-speed rail projects that we've been looking at in such detail over the last day and a half. I'm going to ask each of the panelists not to make a presentation, but just to introduce themselves and spend a few minutes giving some introductory observations in particular areas, which I'll introduce in a second. And as the moderator, I'm going to take the opportunity to go first. There's so much that we could say about this and business drivers. And so I've been trying overnight to think about how to distill it all down into a short few words. And I think what I've come up with kind of makes sense. My headline is that 3 C's needs 3 C's. And the 3 C's are clarity, consultation, and confidence. And I just want to spend a minute or two explaining what I mean by that. For clarity, and I'm thinking about the perspectives of other mega projects around the world that we're involved in, for clarity I mean very much what, why, and how. What is it that we are seeking to achieve? And in particular, I'm talking about outcomes here, whether they're social, economic, environmental, or all three, not just about the detailed specifications. Is it standard gauge, is it not standard gauge, that kind of thing. I'm talking about strategic outcomes. We need to be really clear about that. The why is really about going into more detail and being clear with industry and the business sector about what those outcomes are all about, whether it's to do with greening of our economy, net zero and so forth, or more broadly, as is happening in some economies, being clear about what social value we expect to achieve, whether that's in terms of the competitiveness of our infrastructure sector, our skills, our supply chain, or in other areas besides. And then the final how in my clarity point is we have to be clear and consistent about how we're going about delivering this, whether that's we as in the public authorities and agencies like CPK and Czech High Speed that are seeking to deliver these projects, or indeed those who are charged with procuring them and being clear about what the procurement models are going to be and particularly what our financing models and funding models are going to be. So we remove doubt as much as we possibly can. Consultation is a massive area and something we do a lot of. Engagement with industry and those that may build, design, support, maintain, finance the high-speed rail projects that we're looking to deliver it just has to be meaningful. And we've seen good examples, good and bad, around the world where actually what happens is that those people engaging realize that they have choices and without proper engagement go elsewhere. And of course, the success of the high-speed projects that we're looking to deliver in the 3 Seas region will be maximized if we get really good interest from the private sector particularly. And then my final point is about confidence. And many of you in the room are dealing with situations where there are differing opinions in the political community about whether something should or shouldn't be built and maybe how it should be built. And so my confidence point is about saying it's never a wasted effort to seek to build buy-in from stakeholders. If I look in places like Ontario, where they're investing successfully tens of billions of dollars in both their commuter rail network and soon a high-speed or high-frequency operation, they've been very successful in bringing all political parties along. And so elections don't cause a reduction in confidence. The outcome of the election won't change the prognosis for a project particularly, and means that investors who want to invest for really long-term periods can feel confident that what they're investing in isn't a temporary fix. It's going to be there for the long term. And in that confidence, we need to be clear about risk and not seek to sell the wrong risk to business. If there are risks that business is better at managing, let's sell that risk to business. If there aren't, let's keep them in the procuring organization. A good example would be power. Businesses seeking to build a railway aren't necessarily best placed to ensure that the right number of electrons, the right amount of electricity is available. And in some cases, we've seen that cause a lack of confidence where it's been packaged up in procurements. But that's enough from me. Those 3 C's, I think, are really, really important: clarity, communication, and confidence. And I'm now going to hand over to the panel one at a time to just give some opening remarks and to introduce themselves and their perspective. I'm going to start with Pablo Ramos, who's going to give us some historical perspectives. He's been involved in a lot of the world's high-speed rail projects over the last 20 years or so, and will give us some thoughts on the lessons that come from those projects for the Three Seas region. Pablo, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. You haven't seen, but we took over your seat, but now you have it back.
Okay.
So you can sit down. Well, thank you. I'm honored to be here speaking about high speed, which is my passion. I'm from INECO. INECO is a Spanish consultancy company that have been involved in the history of high-speed trains in Spain since the very beginning in 1992. But I would like to give a little bit of context. What is high speed? Because I've seen a lot of presentations on the goals and what you are going to be developing in this area. But high speed started, as probably most of the audience know, in Japan in 1964. It started to resolve a capacity problem they had between Tokyo and Osaka, where the demand was massive. It took about 17 years to export that experience here to Europe. So in 1981, between Paris and Lyon, it was launched the first high-speed line in Europe. And it was similar. It was to resolve a capacity problem because it was a very big demand between both countries. 10 years after that, 1991, the Germans started the operation as well in the country, and only 1 year later we started operating the link between Madrid and Seville. And here it was a little bit different. It was a political decision, the main driver for start the operation between Madrid and Seville. At that time in Spain, we had two major events. It was the Universal Expo in Seville, but it was also the Olympics in Barcelona. Between Madrid and Barcelona, it was the busiest air shuttle in the world at that moment, so the demand was big. So commercially, it would have made more sense to start operating a high-speed line between Madrid and Barcelona, but there was a political decision that the first line should be to link with Seville. It worked perfectly. Only 1 year later, after the operation started, the market share changed dramatically. So there was 33% more travels between Madrid and Seville than it was before the high speed started. And it took the high-speed trains 50% of the market share. I've learned here that your aspiration is to communicate here in Poland all the major connections in less than 2.5 hours. Well, that's a good ambition, and I think it's the right thing. According to studies and analysis, it will take approximately 80% of the market share, supposing that there is an air connection competing against these travels. Okay. So it's not always a capacity problem, although the three main pillars of a high-speed development are capacity, safety, and obviously it's the most environmentally friendly ways of communicating. Safety, as far as I know, the last time I checked, there hasn't been a single fatality, fingers crossed, with a high-speed train running on a high-speed tracks with high-speed systems. There has been some fatalities, but not with a high-speed complete system, because high speed is a complex system. Some other people have mentioned here that it's a system of subsystems, and it's not just the track, it's not just the rolling stock, it's not the stations, it's working all together seamlessly. And that makes a unique and a different way of communicating people. But well, it's not that unique because you have to adapt the high speed requirements in every country. Another interesting example that I've been working for a long time now is HS2, and they are trying to resolve the same thing. There's a capacity problem that they weren't able to communicate it properly, I think, to the market. But they have a big problem between London and Birmingham. It's a 200 kilometers connection, but it's very, very busy. And the predictions before the pandemic, they were going to run out of capacity, or they were running out of capacity right now. So they needed a high-speed link connection. And your program here is very ambitious. I think the overall program investing or constructing a high-speed network of 4,500 kilometers in this region, I think is quite ambitious. But we had a similar vision in Spain back in the 90s. Shortly after we started our high-speed rail operation with Seville, and we saw that it was a great success, there were plans to expand the rail network. And then, again, it's always good to have a vision in mind. At that moment, our vision was to have 90% of the population within 30 minutes of a high-speed station. That's not yet been achieved. And the other thing was communicating, because Spain, in terms of size and population, is quite similar to Poland, but our capital is in the central, and our network is very radial from the central to everywhere. So the other part of the vision at that moment is communicate Madrid with every major city in less than 3 hours, which is very similar of what you have here. It's 2.5 hours. So I think we share the same visions. Up to now, we have constructed, or there are in operation, around 3,700 kilometers of high-speed network, making us, I think, the largest network in Europe or in the world, only behind China. And it means that we have been delivering 160 kilometers of track per year, so on average. So we have that experience. And finally, in my introduction, I would say that we are helping here CPK to develop the technical standards, which I think is the right thing. They are taking the right approach. We are looking to different providers and having different views. So setting out the standards since the very beginning and having the right standards will help massively, not only to develop the right solution, but only to be more cost effective. And that's my initial remark.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you for finishing with a comment about standards, because it is a perfect segue into asking Olivier to talk to us a bit about what the Agency for Railways does and how, particularly with cross-border high-speed, interoperability and standards are so very important. Olivier.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. What I would like to do is to explain a little bit what are the duty of the EU Agency for Railways, because you will see that there are a lot of our activities that are that would contribute to support the 3C initiatives. So, for instance, we are working, of course, hand-to-hand with the Commission, and when the national safety authorities, you had a representative of the NSA for Poland in the last panel. We work also hand-to-hand with the sector organizations, the representative of the infrastructure managers, the railway undertakings, the manufacturers, and so on. And all together, we try to, we are working on the TSIs, technical specifications for interoperability, in order to harmonize at EU level what should be mandatory, and to ensure by that way the interoperability all over Europe. We are also promoting an harmonized safety approach all across Europe for the railway safety system, of course. We developed registers, so we share data that are available all over Europe. And last but not least, we also issue single safety certificates for the railway undertaking and the infrastructure manager. We authorized the vehicle. We are the authorizing entity for vehicle when they move across different member states. And we also issue advices on trackside approval for all what is related to the ERTMS. Okay. I think among all this list of activities we do, 3 are quite important for this project, or let's say program or initiative. Are firstly the TSIs development, second our work for the authorization of vehicle, and third our trackside approval inputs. So if we start with the TSI, maybe you are aware, but we last year we finalized a release of TSIs that is called the TSIs 2022 package, where all the TSI has been amended in order to support the objectives that has been underlined by the Commission and by the President van der Leyen, and they are mainly on, specifically on the digital age, high progress, of course, with the EU Green Deal agenda, but also to have a Europe that fits for people, and also to make the European more present at the industrial, international level. So all the changes we made in the TSI were there to contribute to these 4 objectives. I have several examples that we can develop later on, but we were mentioning FRMCS, for instance, in the previous panel, but of course we developed the TSI so that the pre-fitting of FRMCS could be possible. We developed specification for the ATO, the automatic train operations. We debug and correct several errors when it relates to ERTMS. But also we develop other aspects like the digital automatic coupling. We also facilitate the combined transport and so on. But I see you have a question. Maybe I'm already too long. I don't know.
Olivier, thank you. That's a really great introduction. I'd like to now turn to Marita to give us very much a Polish perspective. Marita will be speaking in Polish, so if you have your audio sets and would like to hear the English translation, please switch them on. Marita.
Dzień dobry Państwu, nazywam
Good
się
afternoon, my name is
Marita
Marita
Szustak,
Szustak. I am president
transportu
of
lądowego.
the Land Transport Chamber of Commerce. I represent the Polish industry, and so I will speak Polish to make sure that we are well heard and understood. We represent more than 70 companies, producers of equipment, service providers, passenger and cargo carriers, owners of rolling stock and dispatches. We represent our members in communications with the authorities in Poland and beyond. Our managing director, Maciej Władyga, is vice president of RFA. We are also involved in legislation. I am also head of the Investment Forum, a dialogue platform, a platform of dialogue, and I stress the word of dialogue, with PKP, PLK and the rail industry. I'm also deputy chair of the board of experts for railways established by the Minister for Infrastructure. In these institutions, we have successfully developed a lot of good practice and solutions regarding the preparation and implementation of investment projects based on our experience to make sure that investments proceed efficiently according to top European standards and are completed successfully in time. We are very happy to have been invited to cooperate with the CPK. I need to stress that this debate on high-speed rail in Poland is nothing new. In fact, I'm not going to show you a presentation, but I just want to share that in 2017 we presented an analysis of the impact of high-speed railway on the rail industry, including proposals and solutions to overcome barriers in Poland. Some of these proposals have remained up to date, for better or for worse. We are now participating in social consultations to develop the terms and conditions of cooperation between the new buyer, the CPK, and the industry. As we heard from one of the previous speakers regarding technical standards, contracts, indexation, the sharing of risks among the parties to the investment process. And we hope that, as we did with PKP PLK, the infrastructure operator, based on our experience, after all, HSR, the rail component of the CPK, will not operate in a vacuum. As Minister Andrzej Bittel said yesterday, high-speed rail is one of the components which must fit with the conventional modes of transport. High-speed rail helps to connect big cities, but it is important to develop conventional sections of urban transport to prevent transport exclusion and to provide connectivity to everyone in Poland. I hope that based on our experience, and I think that the experience and expertise we have gained in the implementation of infrastructure or railway projects in Poland will help. So based on that, we will work with the CPK to reach a compromise and to develop good practice for all market players, including the Polish industry, to be part of the process. The solutions we will come up with will help to efficiently prepare and implement the rail component of the CPK. Thank you.
Marita, thank you very much. Very interesting perspective there on investment in conventional railways. Of course, the EU guidelines on cost-benefit analysis require us, when we're looking at a business case for high-speed rail, to look at the counterfactual, which is what if we didn't invest in high-speed rail and just invested in the conventional classic networks that already exist. So something for us all to be aware of if we're interested in developing high-speed rail. Now, continuing the local perspective, Maciej, can I ask you to give us the perspective of a very significant infrastructure constructor here in Poland, in Budimex? Maciej, over to you.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon. I will follow up on what Marita said. We are a member of the Chamber as a Polish company with a history of more than 50 years, so I will also speak Polish during this panel. My name is Maciej Olek. I'm member of the board of Budimex, the biggest construction company in Poland. We've been active for years as a big player in the market of infrastructure projects, including railway. We may not have a long history with the construction of Polish railway, unlike Marita, but over the past few years we have seen dynamic growth in this business line of Budimex. So our company, as a member of the chamber represented by Marita, we are interested in ensuring that investment projects in the rail industry, the topic of this conference, that they are fully successful. Let me start by saying that without the development and implementation of high-speed rail, we cannot have a modern nation or a modern state. So this is the right choice for the Three Seas region. And as we have heard at this conference, high-speed rail does not operate in a vacuum. It is part of a bigger package of a rail industry that is economical, environmental and fit for local needs. I think there are three aspects to this ecology, environmental protection, the EU's policy, which focuses on green transition in financing. So if transport is to be green, investing in the rail industry makes perfect sense. The same goes for the development of a transport network that supports the mobility of passengers over large distances in short time. So people can work in one country and live in another. We know that mobility is key today for people, both when you go on holiday and when you do business. Last but not least, investment is always good for the economy. It is the driver of the economy, because the money that is invested pays off in taxation or otherwise. So I think it makes sense to invest in high-speed rail in our region as a driving force of the economy. We have been faced with serious problems over the past few years, starting with the pandemic, now war, inflation. Without a strong, resilient economy that creates jobs and offers prospects for growth and development of business, we cannot cope with the reality. So that's my introductory statement, and I think we will follow up later.
Maciej, thank you very much indeed. First in your three considerations was environmental considerations. So if I could turn to Marek now and ask you, as somebody from the energy and green sector, to give us your observations about the implications for high-speed rail. Marek.
Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon. My name is Marek Kleszczewski. I represent PKP Energetyka. I speak on behalf of my company, and I'm very happy to be here. Although our participation may be overestimated, in fact, we are a small but important part of the system. We supply power. So you might think we want to supply power to parts of the rail industry, but we are the only operator to supply power to all parts of the rail system in Poland. So I should like to focus on the technicalities of the power supply for the rail industry, but I will skip the details. What I would like to share, however, regarding high-speed rail is an aspect which is quite optimistic in the context of what our Spanish colleague has said. Our processes are identical to those executed around the world. Some decisions are political, other decisions are triggered by specific events or developments. The Spanish colleague mentioned the Olympic Games. I should like to mention a tragic event that I hope doesn't continue, the war in Ukraine, and the importance of the railways. That changes our perspective on the rail industry. I mention this because we are in communication with the energy and railway business in Ukraine, and we know how important the rail industry is in Ukraine. So I want to mention that as we witness the atrocities unfold. Now, going back to the main subject of this debate, the philosophy we follow at PKP Energetyka whenever we make decisions about investing in innovation, which may be completely new or doesn't make business sense, when it comes to high-speed rail, I think we are all quite young here in this room, but we must remember that if HSR is developed, it will serve our children and our grandchildren, which makes the decision easy to make. We are doing something for our close ones. They are asking us, when will we travel by train fast? My 20-year-old son is asking me that, and it makes it easier for me to make these decisions in business. It makes sense. Second,
to w jaki sposób rozwija się kolej przez
the way
ostatnie
that the rail industry has developed in Poland over the past few years, we've seen incremental growth between 5 and 8% in passenger flows, in the consumption of the service, the quality of the service in partnership with our colleagues from the East, how we supported traffic during the pandemic as the service continued, including medical travel. We were on standby. So from this point of view, high-speed rail makes even better sense. What we have done at PKP Energetyka is we have come up with 3 key words. Transport must be safe. As the Spanish colleague said, he mentioned the safety of travel. I don't want to compare rail to other modes of transport. Safety makes sense. Speed must be speedy. And third of all, must be green. There's no way out. The process may slow down now with the war, but the transition will continue. So these are the 3 key points. PKP Energetyka has signed 3 contracts for the supply of green, 100% green energy for the railway. We have signed 7 MOUs, and this is what we want to continue. It's been a independent decision to set up a testing ground for an interface between a 3 kilovolt and a 25 kilovolt grid to make them work together. And as a country, we want to be ready to supply power to high-speed rail. That's our perspective at PKP Energetyka. Thank you.
Marek, thank you very much indeed. So that's given everyone a chance to make some introductory remarks. I said at the beginning of this panel that we would make it a discussion, and I'm determined that we'll try. If you could be thinking about questions you'd like to ask for the next couple of minutes, that would be great. I won't embarrass anyone, but I really am keen to get some questions from the floor. Whilst you think, I'll ask a first question. And I'll start by being quite challenging. Perhaps starting with Pablo and Olivier. You have lots of perspective of other high-speed rail projects and how business interacts with those around the world. Are there any things immediately that you would highlight to both CPK and the 3Cs initiative that should be emphasized or changed in the way that they're approaching interfacing with business and business drivers? Pablo, do you want to go first?
Yeah, well, interesting question, thanks. Yes, I read this document, this is here, this business case, and it's in the back of my mind, so there are several things that I thought you would challenge, or there are several risks that you have to face following this document. First of all, I see the investment per kilometer, it strikes me that it's a little bit low. If I did the maths, I think the investment, the CapEx is going to be around 10.6 million per kilometer, whilst probably the lowest rate per kilometer I've seen constructing high-speed rail around the world is 12 million in Spain. If I do the maths with the investment we have in Spain, we have invested around 56 billion up to now for 3,700 kilometers, so it's around 15, the average is 50 million per kilometer. So the business case, although they said it was going to be double, probably it's going to be diminished once you get into more details, because there are a lot of uncertainties once you are at this stage of the project, that you have to have some contingencies to face these uncertainties in the future. So thinking about having not been so optimistic in this business case. But one of the things you can include in the business case that is not included, and probably you mentioned that yesterday as well in our conversations, is the security factor. So as I mentioned before, the trigger to start high-speed trained in Spain was the Universal Expo in Seville. Here, the trigger I've seen yesterday is more the security. But the security has a cost, only that it has not been considered in the business case. So on the one hand, could be a little bit optimistic, the lower investment per kilometer. On the other hand, security is a big fact to be considered in the business case. So that's one of the things when you face a lot of challenges along the way, when you are now in the moment of kicking off this project and this ambitious, and everybody's optimistic, but later on you will face problems with land acquisition, funding, and other things. So keeping a strong business case by introducing this security fact, I think it will help in the future debates and challenges.
I think that's really good, Ramos. Pablo, the point really is to be realistic about cost, and not to shy away from that. And then on the benefits side, to always look wide. We saw in Ontario, when Ontario initially abandoned plans to electrify the commuter rail network around Toronto, that actually it had been abandoned because the full extent of the benefits of electrifying the commuter rail network hadn't been contemplated. And once you looked at them, and in this case security is obviously one of them, the business case was massively strong and could be defended when challenged. Olivier.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Pablo, for speaking first, so it let me the time to reflect a little bit about my answers. Now, I think I have 2 points I would like to mention. First of all, this 3C initiative project has something peculiar, is that it is over several member states, I think 10 or 12. Yeah. So it's very ambitious. And comparing to the example you provide with Spain, the difference is for sure clear. It could be difficult to work between the different member states, companies, and so on. So an advice I think you should follow is the fact that the most you develop your infrastructure with the same functionalities, with the same requirements, same infrastructure, same energy systems, and so on, the less you will have problem with interfaces with the rolling stock. Yeah. And so the more the interoperability will be achieved, of course, but also for an operating matter, and I think on a business case aspect, you will earn save quite a lot of money, and it will simplify all the operation process, the authorization process, and also the SMSs of the railway undertaking infrastructure managers. That's the third aspect. And then if I have a bit of time, I would like also to underline another one for which the agency could take part. It's about this trackside approval. So I'm talking, you know that the authorization of the infrastructure is provided by the NSAs. So each of the NSAs, each of the country will have to give an authorization of placing into service for the infrastructure. But related to the ERTMS, the agency has to give a positive opinion about the implementation of the ERTMS over the different infrastructure. And for that, you need to apply it as soon as you can when you are sure about your specification, but before you already launched the tendering contract. And we are here, the agency, to provide you also with some support and some guidance how to do this project, and this is quite important.
Thanks, Olivier.
I think I have checked, and I think this Rail Baltica has already provided us with a request, and we are working with them. But I think all of the part of the 3C should start to contact us on that aspect.
And your point is that it should be a coordinated request?
Yeah, I think it's a challenge, of course, but I think it's very important because it will, for the future, everything will be smoother, that's for sure.
Thank you, Olivier. Marita, Marek, Maciej, anything to add to those comments before we see if we can challenge somebody? Marita, did you want to add anything?
To znaczy, no, ja się cieszę, że to nie wybrzmiało,
I am happy that
te problemy nie wybrzmiały tutaj ze strony polskiego
have not been mentioned by the Polish industry,
zdajemy sobie sprawę,
because we do realize that high-speed rail,
to już jest odmieniane na wiele
rail component of the CPK is a huge opportunity for the development of the Polish industry, the driving force for economic development of our region, and this is obvious. However, also other conditions have to be met. We also talking about the development of research and development, but research and development has to be in line with what the industry needs. We've said that in the case of the standards mentioned by our colleagues, the participation of the Polish industry is necessary. Already in 2017, we said that we needed to create a roadmap defining what solutions we need, what solutions already exist in Poland, what we need to develop ourselves, and what we need to outsource. We do agree that we don't have experience in building high-speed rail. However,
miałam okazję oglądać wiele budów.
I've seen a lot of construction sites for high-speed rail in Spain, and we do realize that Spanish companies have experience in implementation of such projects, but hopefully our Spanish colleague will confirm that the experience was built in cooperation with infrastructure managers with big support from the government. That was like an agreement between the industry and the government. And I think that CPK could also play the same role. Obviously, in order for industry to invest in innovative solutions, products and technologies, the project needs to be the priority for the government. Funding for years to come needs to be ensured, because innovation also means money. We know that this discussion has never been translated into reality. We know the very ambitious schedule for the implementation of the CPK project, but I think that we should listen to our colleagues who are presenting the real problems.
Tak, że mimo iż takiej dyskusji nie było.
Let me say that although we didn't have such a discussion, I'm sure that the Polish industry was not inactive at that time. They definitely made good use of the time. They've already made investments, and they are organized differently in terms of their personnel, technology, organization and equipment.
Ja tylko apeluję, aby warunki udziału
Let me just say that the public procurement conditions and the standards introduced should not be a barrier for Polish entrepreneurs. I've been in the industry for 30 years, working for our Chamber of Commerce for 20 years, and I'm really an economic patriot. And I believe that if very high entry barriers are introduced and focusing on the potential of foreign companies only, this would be against the interest of the Polish state. Thank you.
Marita, thank you. Nothing like a bit of honesty. Pablo, did you want to respond?
Yeah, there has been a couple of things that I should pick up. Of course, I think Rail Baltica mentioned yesterday that the knowledge, specific high-speed knowledge, have to be imported at the beginning. And in our experience, in ECO, in the late 80s, were setting up the standards for the new connection between Madrid and Seville. I'm not old enough to having worked in the late 80s. I was studying yet, but I had the greatest pleasure of being working with my colleagues. Most of them are now retired that worked in that moment. So they were at the same time developing high-speed standards and design. So the deadline 1992 was mandatory at that time. So you always have to find the balance between quality, time, cost in a complex project. But in that moment, the goal was to meet the deadline. Shortly after that experience, a new company for the full development of high-speed rail network was set up. It was called HIF at that time. And it was very much like CPK, but only for high-speed rail. And that worked really well until 2000-something, I don't remember the exact name, that according to the European legislation, they went back and integrated that company in the railway administration. The other experience that I think is quite interesting is HS2. 2012, I went there. They were developing the standards, again, at the same time at the design. The deadline in that moment was the parliamentary process, that there was a window of time, so there was a lot of pressure to end of time, developing the standards and design at the same time. So there's a lot of uncertainty when you are in a situation like that. But they were able to develop an industry, and the last time I checked, I think there were around 25,000 people from scratch in 2012 to now working on the high-speed industry locally in the UK. So what you have here is, as you mentioned, is the opportunity to develop a new industry that would have to design, construct, operate, and maintain a new infrastructure. Yeah, it's a big opportunity, and some of the knowledge have to be imported, but no, the foreign companies won't have the local knowledge on how to work in this country. So there has to be partnerships, as has been everywhere, and so it's more an opportunity than a threat, is what I want to say.
Yeah, the kind of international collaboration point is key, and I guess Olivier's standards point underlines the opportunity. If those collaborations work, Polish companies can successfully supply Polish high speed, but will open up the opportunity to supply services across the region, which organizations like Budimex may seek to exploit. Of course, there is a flip side to that story. Common standards across the Three Seas region will give companies in other parts of the region the opportunity to provide services in. So it's always a competitive market, but I understand everyone's opinions. Now, time for some questions from the floor. Who has a question for any of our or all of our panelists? I want nobody shy. Alexander, do you want to use my microphone?
I'm not shy, not at all. I have a question. Mam pytanie do pani prezes Marity.
I have a question to President Marita. I have a question regarding the challenges related to the high-speed rail projects. And this is not a tricky question. I'm just curious what the approach of the Chamber of Commerce is to this. Are these regulatory matters, or maybe financial issues, or maybe organizational matters, or the practice to be applied? Are there any priorities set? Do you know which solution should be addressed and when? We know that systemic solutions for the rail industry are complex and comprehensive solutions. We have the rail fund versus the road fund. So the high speed is the element of the transport policy of the state. So I have a question. So this is the question to Marita. I also have a question to Olivier. I think that, well, you've already given a partial answer to it, but I'm just curious about the time when the investor like Rail Baltica or CPK or the Czech railway company should start the dialogue with the European Rail Agency,
Nie chodzi mi o to, że
and
pewien deadline na zgłoszenie
it's not about the deadline existing for submitting the application.
przygotowania
It's just about having time and space to get ready for the implementation.
pełną interpretację.
Is there enough time to work out
To znaczy,
the common interpretation and to answer the unanswerable questions?
albo, bo to był jeden z elementów
I mean, that was one of the elements
na tym pierwszym panelu.
that we've heard about during the previous panel discussion. And the last question, because I don't want to take the monopoly of the microphone, to Marek.
Macie obraz firmy PKP jako
You see PKP company as the company that
dużej przemiany
has
przestrzeni ostatnie
transformed greatly over the last few years.
pewną progresję
You
w zmierzeniu się z tematem
showing certain progress with respect to the high-speed rail topic in Poland.
tak jak połączyć dwa systemy.
So the question was how to connect the two systems, for example. From the engineering point of view, everything can be done, but regulatory aspects have to be taken into account also. So what advice would you have for your colleagues in terms of
kolei dużych
meeting the challenges related to the high-speed rail?
Alexander, thank you. I must say that last question for Marek seems a bit cheeky. Marita, you go first. The first question was to you.
Mam nadzieję, że dobrze
Well, I hope that I have understood the intention of the question correctly to respond to our colleague. No, we do not feel threatened, not at all. This is a challenge for us, and this gives us motivation to develop our companies.
będziemy jako Polski przed
And
tym dialogu
I do agree with what you've said, provided that we, as the Polish industry, can also participate in the dialogue and have some impact on the suggested solution. Because as I've said, we don't have experience, but we are open. We don't want to be treated in a preferential manner. From what I know, on the other hand, the Spanish companies were learning how to build high-speed rail together in cooperation with the infrastructure managers. But going back to the question, there are several such areas. First of all, a different approach to contracting.
Pomysł na kontraktowanie warstwowe, nieodcinkowe, czyli
focusing on individual layers rather than sections of the tracks. So like, you know, separate treatment for earthworks, for example, etc. I don't know whether it's good or bad, but from my experience, I know that if you make such a division between industries, it's not really in support of investment projects, unless there is perfect coordination. Now, the second thing are technical standards. As the Chamber of Commerce, we've established like for working groups, you know, signaling, automation, rolling stock, etc. We've developed standards version 2.0. I don't know whether our suggestions have been taken into account. As I've said, this is a great opportunity for us, provided that we participate in the process at each stage. And what also seems to be a little bit controversial, the contract provisions regarding the
rozwiązanie uniwersalne.
The indexation or revaluation. I'm not saying no to what you said yesterday, but we have different experiences here in Poland. We've also built hundreds of kilometers of including new lines. Well, the representative of Budimex can confirm that. And our experience is different. And we would like to have a real-life dialogue with the industry. My impression is
Jesteśmy otwarci, państwo mają
that,
nowoczesne
well, we are open. I mean,
narzędzia zarządzania.
you have modern management tools, but we have the brutal practice related with the construction works. And I think that we should start the dialogue. This is what we ask you for.
Marita, thank you. I'm tempted to go back to my 3 C's, clarity, consultation, and confidence. Olivier, there's quite a lot in that about standards, and Alexander had a specific question.
Yes, thank you. So if I understood very well, the question is about when does the applicant, the investor, shall contact the agency for different matters. I think there are 2 important areas. This trackside approval that I spoke before, but also the authorization for the vehicles. So if I start with the authorization for the vehicles, it comes after the process. So when you have finalized the design of the vehicle, you have invited the notified body to check the conformity with the TSI. Also with the national rules, you have your safety case, your safe integration of the different subsystems. Then you contact the agency, and we have one sub-shop, so a single database where all the requests are introduced, and the agency is organizing, let's say, the assessment of the case together with the NSAs, and in the end you will receive an authorization that is not anymore member state by member state, but that is valuable all over Europe, with some aspect related to the area of use. So you can have in one shot an authorization for a high-speed train to operate through all the 3 Cs radio, if it's managed well and if all the documents are delivered. And we doing this within a period of 3 months, and the submission has to be done at the end of the project, but of course you can contact the agency before for a pre-assessment file and to see whether all the elements are introduced in a correct way. The other area is the trackside approval. So as I mentioned earlier, this is specific to ERTMS, and this, let's say, advices and positive opinion that you need to know before requesting the authorization placing into service to the NSAs within the member states. You should apply for this before the tendering contract, somewhere when you are almost ready with the specification and you have an idea about the planning and so on. And we also are delivering support, so you can also contact us whenever you want, and we can organize several meetings. You present your project, and we can invite you, guide you in what are the areas you have to provide us with some explanations. The essential part, of course, is to ensure that from the ERTMS perspective, the specifications are well respected, and we ensure the interoperability at European level. After these pre-assessments and so on, we also have 4 months to deliver you with this positive assessment, and this file will be part of the numerous files you have to provide to the NSAs before they can give you this authorization of placing in service. You can go on our website, you browse trackside approval, you will find all the information, starting from the practical address, contact points, and so on, ending with the regulations and the link with the different articles you can find with the EU legislation, the European directive, and different documents we have developed.
Thank you, Olivier. I'm conscious of time. Now, Marek, Alexander's given you the opportunity to be a management consultant like me and tell the rest of PKP what to do. So, answer his question.
Bardzo dziękuję za to pytanie. Ja jeszcze raz przypomnę początek naszej historii.
Thank you for this question. Let me go back to our origin. We are a small power supplier for railways, including high-speed rail. We support the Polish railways. That's our motto. We are one of the followers. We are just a utility. So I don't really have much to say about regulation. But thank you for this question. But I do not feel competent at all to provide any advice. We haven't done much in our business to feel competent to provide such consultancy. But let me make a comment on our approach, also with reference to high-speed rail. You've mentioned Słotwiny, which is well known locally. Now, this has been voiced in the international scene. But our approach is as follows. If anyone asks, are Polish engineers or a Polish company in a position to supply the Polish railway system with power, whatever the requirements, we have to say yes. That's our philosophy. We are not working on a commercial basis. Going back to your question, that's the decision we've made. We have stumbled on many stumbling blocks. We have failed on many occasions, but we have learned our lessons and we carry on. That's why we are where we are. With regard to the high-speed rail, we have talked to 2 Polish universities of technology. We have talked to 15 engineers within our organization. We've worked with 1 French and 1 Spanish company. I'm not naming any names, but we have opted for top experts in high-speed rail at a European scale. And so PKP Energetyka must be ready to provide power, to build substations, to provide power lines, to maintain those power lines. We have to have installation experts who know how to work. We have set up a center which is in a position to manage a distribution network for the power grid with 25 kV. That's an operation we have on standby, but we can always at any time switch to 25 kilovolts. We are not ready, of course, because we will be ready once these structures are set up in the field. But when we are asked, are you ready, we have to say yes. And one final comment. There are many railway experts in the room, and you may not be aware that we have a very good system in Poland, aligned with European standards. We have a regulation model in the industry for investment projects, for payoff, for that's the model in place that has been operating perfectly well for more than 20 years, and we have regulation in place. And I think we will want to develop substations, hopefully 25 kV substations, because we have a model to base on. Thank you.
Marek, thank you very much indeed. Your ability to dodge Alexander's question means there's a future for you in politics, I think. We have just a few minutes left. I'm going to ask the panelists just to provide some summing up comments, but has anybody got anything else they would like to raise? Gentleman in the front here, do you want to use my microphone?
Wiesław Nowak, Przegląd Gospodarki.
Wiesław Nowak of the Przegląd Gospodarki magazine. I have a question. Why do investment projects in the railway industry or in infrastructure in general, why do they take so long?
Dopuściliśmy do tego, że dzisiaj w Unii Europejskiej
today in the European Union there's so much red tape in the decision-making process.
Znacznie wydłuża.
and that really prolongs the execution of investment projects. 150 years ago, a 100-kilometer section of the railway line in the mountains of Sudety was built within 2 years using spades and horse carriages. The decision-making process from starting the project till completion, it took only a year. Now it's much, much longer. Why do we create obstacles for ourselves? Why do we prolong decision-making so much? I think the key issue is on the EU side, because there's so much bureaucracy in decision-making that even when you are upgrading a line, a bridge, or a section, you need lots of approvals. I hope you can answer this question.
This is great. We're in danger of a discussion here.
I'll take the floor later. Let the speakers answer this question first.
Next.
I will speak later.
Pablo, do you want to have a go first? I'm tempted to say that safety has to be the first part of your answer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very difficult question. I would take into account two facts. One is the maturity of democracy, and two is the density of population. That's a big difference of what we had 100 years ago and we have now. So democracy is expensive, so everyone has a say, so you have to respect the rights of everybody. So building a new railway in a greenfield will take properties, it will always impact in people, houses, and everyone. And that has to be regulated, and the decision process is not easy. And secondly, dense of population. So if you go through an empty space, it's very easy to take decisions and everything. But if you go into a city with a dense population, it's finding the right constructability solutions. It's always a challenge. But yeah, it's I don't know if that answers your question.
I think that and safety. You need the data for how many people died.
Yes, what's another one?
Называюся Борис Гнайлюк, jestem z Lwowa, z Ukrainy.
I am from Lviv, Ukraine, from the Lviv lines. I would like to start by thanking PKP, Intercity, and everyone in Poland for supporting Ukraine. It's important, it's relevant from the very beginning, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I have a question to all the speakers. A question. The question is, there's a system that provides power to the railway network. Can it also be used for distribution of power for the general population? I do not really get your question, says one of the speakers. Well, the question is, PKP Energetyka, your company supplies, do you supply power to the general population, to individuals, to households? Well, it's a very specific question. Perhaps we could talk in the wings. I don't want to bore you with what we do in PKP Energetyka, but let's talk in the wings.
Good. One more question at the back. Is there a microphone at the back we can hand over? Just behind you, there's a microphone, sir.
Yes, we have another microphone as well. Konrad Popławski, Ośrodek Studiów Wschodnich. Ja mam troszkę...
Konrad Popławski of the Center for Eastern Studies. I have a follow-up question. Are there any synergies between the power grid, that is used for the railway, a high-speed rail, and that is used for charging electric cars. It may be a layman's question, but I'm interested to know. Perhaps that's again a latecomer's advantage, because all countries have a problem with the development of power supply for electric cars. So a power grid that you will build across Poland, could that be used for that purpose? Again, it's a question about the energy system, the power system. And I don't like the term latecomers because
podejdźmy naprawdę z respektem do tego.
We should be quite respectful about the fact that
przez 40 lat
over the past 40 years,
duży wodospad, potem średni wodospad i mały, i teraz woda ma płynąć pod górę.
Well, let's imagine you have a big waterfall, and then the water starts to trickle. You have to change your approach, and then the gas pipelines.
Tak, żeby móc powiedzieć, że ta infrastruktura
you can push gas one way or the other. But that's my example to say that the system was developed for different needs than those we experience now. But the latecomer is a word I don't like. It's
a jak jest wszędzie, to jest nigdzie. W związku z tym twierdzę, że bardziej jest nigdzie. A odpowiadając,
it's not really apt. Concerning charging electric cars,
zależy jaką mocą w takich przypadkach.
It's about using alternating current.
Nie wiem, czy to będziemy my, ale tam, gdzie dochodziła infrastruktura,
wherever infrastructure is present,
zawsze jest
railway infrastructure, there's always power capacity you can use in different ways, also for charging electric vehicles. If that's the idea, if a system is developed nationwide, then the power supply system for the railways can also be used for that purpose. So that's my answer to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marek. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. There's certainly, to your specific question, lots of examples in other geographies where railway electrical infrastructure is being used to charge EVs and store power for other uses as well. So I think you should have that conversation offline. I would like to ask the panel just to say a few words to finish up, and I'm just going to go in physical order. So Maciej, you go first.
Dziękuję. Raz. Dziękuję. Nie miałem okazji zbyt...
Thank you. I haven't spoken much. Marita has dominated in this exchange of views, but to sum up very briefly on our path to success, and I hope everything will be successful, we should bear in mind a few points of risk to the investments. What I mean is the lack of detailed planning that could result in many investment projects accumulating at the same time in a region, which may pose a significant risk to all projects in this part of Europe. So what I would like to see is specific plans and projects for the upcoming years, so everyone involved, starting from suppliers of raw commodities to producers of trucks, rolling stocks, and so on, to know what the pipeline is and how to prepare for it. Otherwise, we may have a period of 2 or 3 years when projects are all running and competing for resources. For example, after 2015, the number of staff in the construction industry of Poland dropped by 15%, but the construction output has remained on an uptrend, has been growing. So if we have time to prepare, to procure state-of-the-art technology, financiers will back it up, and then we'll have enough time to prepare investment projects. Number 2, how to organize the process. As Marita says, I wish the organization of the investment process is efficient.
Ja nie potwierdzam, że to aż tak dramatycznie ta realizacja wygląda, ponieważ drogi, które budujemy greenfieldowo.
Someone mentioned problems with the speed of investment projects. Well, if you build roads as a greenfield investment, it's easy, but how do you upgrade the railway system when it's still carrying passengers and cargo? So it's not a greenfield project, and that is why
Takiego wrażenia, że się ten czas wydłuża.
it may seem like it takes a long time. So organization of the process, distribution of activities over time. I'm not a big fan of the CPK proposal to split the functions horizontally, given the responsibility involved. Somebody has to take responsibility for safe operation of trains. We must get all the approvals under the Polish construction law, under European approval system. So I'm hoping, as Alexander said, we should sit at a table and look for solutions that are feasible and doable. I hope we will be meeting at meetings like this one and discuss how efficient we can be. We have plans now. We need to raise money, roll up our sleeves and see how it goes. Thank you very much for this opportunity to meet.
Maciej, thank you. Olivia, did you want to say some final words?
Yes, very shortly. I would like to come back to what Marek said about this term, latecomer, who he doesn't like, which I understand. When we have colleagues joining the agency, we call them newcomer. And I think it's more newcomers that we have to consider here, because you will all benefit, of course, for the experience where the older, railway industry have. That's for sure. And you will also benefit for the state-of-the-art, brand new railway system. And I think what I see over those 2 days is that you are already well equipped and with strong commitments and strong planning. And I'm sure this 3C project will be a success. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Olivia. Marek, I promise never to say latecomer ever again.
Dziękuję serdecznie, za dużo było.
Thank you very much. I've talked a lot about PKP Energetica, so I will not take any more of your time. Thank you so much.
Pablo, you have to be that quick too, because Marita's got a meeting with a minister. So.
Yeah. I'm conscious I'm the only one holding from to you to go to lunch. So yeah. Just only forgot to say 25% of the funds in the investment of high-speed trains in Spain came from European funds. So that's a positive that Europe is behind these investments.
Thank you, Pablo. Marita, have you said everything you need to say? Do you want to say anything else?
Oczywiście, że nie powiedziałam.
No, I haven't said everything I wanted to say, so I can confirm on behalf of all the members of our chamber, we are open for debate and dialogue. And as I've said before, I hope that our experience and expertise gained in the implementation of investments with PKP PLK, the infrastructure operator, will help the CPK project.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I'd just like to say personally, it's been a great honor to moderate such an interesting panel, and for CPCS as a company, it's been a great honor too. Thank you very much. I think we're going to be told it's time for lunch.
Exactly, but firstly, let's have an ovation for the moderator as well, and for all the panelists. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we are now going to eat some lunch, as yesterday, here on this very floor in the foyer or in the Challenger restaurant at the 0 level, and we'll be meeting here 2:20, so in an hour. And we'll be awaiting you here anxiously for the next debate. I hope that this networking opportunity worked for you very well. We know that there are many people still discussing various subjects in the foyer. We hope they will join us shortly as we are starting this third panel for today. And as the CEO has mentioned in the beginning of the day in his opening speech, this is quite an important panel, especially regarding the most important factor for the high-speed railways, so the customer. Passenger perspective of high-speed rail, this will be the subject of this very panel that will be moderated by Mr. Łukasz Malinowski from Rynek Kolejowy. Please join me on the stage.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to see that so many of you decided to join us today for this panel after the lunch, but I hope that there will be still more people coming. In this session, we'll try to answer the question of how to include passenger needs in high-speed railway infrastructure projects. So we will be talking about the timetables, rolling stock, transport nodes, integration of different modes of transport. And this session will be divided into two parts, presentations by our panelists, and then the discussion. So please welcome our panelists. Michał Jasiak, Deputy Director for Analysis at Centralny Port Komunikacyjny. Martin Szwechlik, Director of High Speed Railway Department at Sprawa Żeleznic. We also have Florence Rousseau, Marketing Manager from French Railways, responsible for TGVM project, and Jacek Konop from PESA Bydgoszcz, CTO and Vice President of the board. So, Michał, let's start with your presentation. The stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. I think that speaking from this place would be more suitable for me and also suitable for you in order to better see what will be presented. And during Railway Direction Days, we have been speaking about different aspects of high speed, and political aspects, military aspects, also about the scope of investitions. So now this is time to show how we are helping the basic users of all these investments, the passengers. And in CPK, we know that the infrastructure is the first step to redefine people's transport habits, and very costly steps, which takes a lot of time, which takes a lot of effort, but this is just the first step. The next steps should be taken to be able to speak about the transport system, not only infrastructure, but the transport system. This is not so spectacular as building the new infrastructure, but this is essential to attract the new passengers. And that is what our CEOs of Centralny Port Komunikacyjny, of Rail Baltica and Sprawa Żeleznic have been speaking about in the yesterday's opening panel. Our point of view is that we are not building only the new infrastructure. We are building the new railway system, and we are the part of the new approach for the multimodal mobility. And here on the slide you can see the crucial parts of this system, which will be later on described in this presentation. High-speed railway system is built basically to shorten the travel times to minimum. And not different is in Poland. To this place, here in the conference room, when we are sitting right now, the travel time from the center of Warsaw takes about 25 minutes. And we are in the city limits of Warsaw. To the Centralny Port Komunikacyjny, which will be located 37 kilometers outside of Warsaw, the fastest trains will go in 15 minutes time. And there will be a lot more of the trains than we can use to travel to here. So the Łódź, which is fourth biggest city in Poland, now the travel time by train takes 1 hour and 30 minutes after the executing of the line between Warsaw and Łódź, the travel time will be shortened to 45 minutes. And Wrocław, also big city in Poland, the same situation. Now 4 hours, after implementing high speeds, 1 hour and 50 minutes. Generally, all big cities in Poland will be connected below 2 hours travel time from Warsaw. And of course, on this slide are chosen only the connection which will benefit mostly from introducing high speeds because of the large extent of newly built lines. But not only central Poland will benefit. Also, connections which will benefit mostly are the connections from north to south Poland. We call it Poland 3 hours, because for example, from Gdańsk to Krakow, you can take the train and travel about 500 kilometers below 3 hours time. And this round travel times, like 3 hours, 4 hours, this is the very good base to build an integrated timetable. As you can see, more than a half of railway users in Poland are complaining about the timetable, which is unsuitable, and also a little less of them are complaining about interchanges. Nearly 45% of answers have been disclaimed about these interchanges. So this is something which we have to change in Poland, and we are doing it. We are working with the Ministry of Infrastructure. We are working with the Office of Railway Transport in Poland to introduce new approach to the integrated timetables in Poland, and to introduce them after executing the first sections of high speeds in Poland. And this scheme is shown the first time to the public. This is the first idea, which will be next evaluated in the passenger model used by the CPK. But not only timetables, also the access to the trains is a very important thing. This access goes through platforms, through stations, through the multimodal nodes. And in each feasibility study, which is prepared by the CPK, we are analyzing possible locations of the new stations. You can see them on the map which is presented. And from the initial set of few or dozen new stations for each feasibility study, we are choosing these which are most occupied according to the transport forecasts, which are possible to be built from the technical point of view, which are desired by the local municipalities. On the minor lines, these are just small stations used by the several hundreds of people daily. But still in Poland, we have quite big cities which now do not have trains at all, or have a few long-distance connections per day. These are, for example, Jastrzębie-Zdrój, which has 90,000 inhabitants, or Łomża with 600,000 inhabitants, or Płock, 1,200,000 inhabitants. For these locations, we are looking wider. We are defining multimodal nodes which can change the surroundings of the stations and change also the whole cities. We are preparing the plan with the local governments for multimodal nodes, which will have an attractive architecture, which will be functionally designed, and which will be integrated with the local transport. Our idea is that after the starting of operations, these stations will become the pride of these cities. And these are not just words. We are doing it. You can see the station which is located in Brzeziny. This is the city on the Warsaw-Łódź line. And as you can see, the station building is hidden under the embankment. Access to the station building is being prepared by using the former road, which is changed into the pedestrian axis. Now we are in the design process of the whole Warsaw-Łódź project, and also this location is being designed. We will be starting an operation on this line in 2028. And this was the example of the local station, but on the other hand, we have Centralny Port Komunikacyjny, big transport hub connecting trains, planes, buses, and cars equipped with a lot of functionalities needed and desired by passengers, with maximum visual connection, with minimum changes of level and intuitive wayfinding. That's the idea, which is in the beginning of the design process. We have started it 2 months ago. So introducing all of these elements will surely give a positive impact. In Poland, we have made a forecast that after the executing of all of the lines, high-speed lines in Poland, and also investitions in the existing network, we can achieve 2 times more traffic. It will be 120 million of passengers yearly. That's the result coming from the passenger transport model, which is developed in Centralny Port Komunikacyjny, and which we are gladly sharing to the newly 50 stakeholders right now. And that's not also Poland. That's also 2 times or between 2 times or 4 times more passengers on all corridors, creating high speeds in the Three Seas region. So, summarizing, the crucial elements to attract passengers from our point of view are a lot shorter travel times, integrated timetable, and multimodal nodes. And this, prepared during the feasibility study and the design process, will surely give a huge positive effect. Thank you.
Thank you. As we know, our colleagues from Czech Republic are already working on their transport nodes and new railway stations. So now we'll see some projects from our neighbors. Martin, the floor is yours.
Dobrý den, dámy a pánové. Dovolil bych vám představit rozhraní České vysokorychlostní železnice pro cestující.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to show you
velmi silně zapojena do státu, veřejné dopravy a železnice.
Czech rail environment. Our high-speed rail is part of the existing networks, but it is supplemented by new terminals, although such trains can also stop at the existing stations. So this is the Prague East station. There will be 4 tracks there, and this will be a transfer hub. Thanks to the combination of 2 types of rail lines, this will be a transfer station for 22,000 passengers daily, and there will be a park and ride parking available, and there will be good access to Hradec Králové. So I think that this will make the suburbs of Prague closer to the city center, because it will take 20 minutes to travel from the suburbs to the center of Prague. Also, long-term connections like Vienna, Warsaw will be valuable, and fast connection to Dresden, for example. When we're preparing tender procedures, these are usually international tenders, and we also invite representatives of local governments to sit on the tender commissions in order for them to present their comments when selecting the designer. This is how we approach it. We also want to use modern architecture here, and that's why we're organizing international tender procedures. Well, we've organized 2 of them so far, and we can see that they were of interest to international design companies. The project also covers environmental aspects. Here you can see Ústí nad Labem. This is on the section between Prague and Dresden. And also here you will be able to travel to downtown Prague in 20 minutes. This is very interesting because this station is located in a protected zone connected with the Žip mountain or hill, and the consultants were invited to give their opinion on that in order for the station to fit well the landscape. Here you can see the Praha-Usice base for this Prague-Dresden line. This is the maintenance place. You can see it now, but it will be hidden later on. We believe that approximately 150,000 people will use this transport daily. And I hope that this will bring us closer to the second stage of development of the public transport. We also pay a lot of importance to the urban solutions. That's why we invite representatives of the cities in order to align our solutions with what already exists in the surroundings. We also want to fit the high-speed rail with the landscape in order for the landscape not to be destroyed. Here we have some more designs coming from a competition. There was a team of Latvian architects, for example, participating. So actually the teams from all over Europe can participate. We also have certain compensation projects. These are related to environmental protection. Like, for example, the line between Prague and Wrocław. Well, this is how the tunnels to be built will be covered. Meadows, forests, beautiful nature. So basically, this is how we want to present this new rail network. And we are going to prepare new architecture competitions, like for example for the connection to Ostrava, or for the new Ústí nad Labem station, where the high-speed rail terminal will be built. Ústí nad Labem is like a provincial city capital.
Který přiblíží například památku UNESCO Kutnou Horu, vysokorychlostní železnici, takže tohleto se
Then we're going to have
vysokorychlostní trati máme na paměti
in the station Kutná Hora. This is actually a monumental city, and it will be a transfer hub.
Současnou regionální trať.
So we are expecting thousands of passengers to use it.
Na takto kapacitní terminál očekáváme znovu zrození té železnice. To samé Jihlavy, což je krajské město
revival of the local rail connections also. We also have Vysočina province, where there are a lot of local rail lines which will be connected to the main lines. So we expect that 60,000 passengers will use the transfers daily.
Přispět i k té rehabilitaci spousty návazných tratí. Takže
on 80% of the rail lines, we have the occupancy rate of 20% only. but hopefully the high-speed rail will increase the number of passengers using the rail transport. So we see the segment of fast rail, but also we see a lot of potential in the very fast trains, 200, 250 kilometers an hour speed. And the stations will be located 50 kilometers from one another.
Florence Rousseau with us, and she's currently working with Alstom on introducing TGV-M trains to the French railways. So please tell us more about this project. And as you all know, SNCF has already almost more than 40 years of the experience with high-speed railway lines and high-speed trains, so I think that would be a very interesting presentation.
Thank you. So the title of my presentation is Building a New Era for TGV, because high-speed rail in France is standing right now at a very critical historical turn point for three main reasons. It's a very mature market. Secondly, new competitors are coming in, and that's a first. And third point, we are building right now the new train set for the future with Alstom. So this is very important for us to make the right decisions. So as I said, we're in a mature market. Since we have high-speed rail in France since 1981, as it was said earlier this morning, the map of France has been shrinking since then, so people have become closer and closer to each other, which is a big advantage for tourists, but also economy, as you all understand that. And high-speed trains have become something rather casual to the French now, because it's very easy to jump on a train, easier than on airplane, and also there is a high frequency on many routes. Which is why in 2013 we launched a new train, the first ever low-cost high-speed train service, which is Ouigo, which is a very big success. And thanks to Ouigo, we brought more people on the trains, as just about 70% of our passengers, if we had not launched Ouigo, would be traveling on the road. So it's rather proud of that. And this year, last year, 2022, for TGV as a whole, so Ouigo plus TGV Inouï, it's been a great success, and we've never transported as many customers as last year. So that's some kind of pride also from SNCF. And finally, we all know, which is why we're all here, and we know that rail is the future of transport. So we know that the future for high-speed rail is necessarily brighter yet. So there's much to do. As I said, we're on a mature market, so TGV, high-speed rail, is just like a consumer good to French. Today, every day, just about 850 trains run daily on the French network, which is quite a bit. We have more than 200 train stations connected to the French high-speed railway network, counting France and other countries across Europe. And also every day on very frequent routes on our, just for instance, between Paris and Lyon, there are about 30 trains each way, which is a really high frequency, which helps clients, attract clients even more. And because we have a very big demand and strong demand from clients, we need to have more frequencies and also trains that can take on more passengers. So that's the work we did on Ouigo. On Ouigo, we can accept as many as 634 passengers in one same train. And sometimes these trains travel by two, so it's double that traffic. And for instance, as an example, as I said, in 2022, we had a great success. So when we translate that to the amount to the population in France, we transported about 40% of the French population on board our TGVs. So then again, we are quite proud of that too. So as I said, the third point, we're working today on TGV-M. So this will be the new train set, which will come onto the market in 2024. It's a big work we're building together since 2016 with Alstom. And it's the first time I'm speaking of this abroad, as someplace other than in France. I'm happy to speak to you about this project. And since we're on the mature markets, we had to make sure we could ensure key assets for this train. So first of all, lower purchasing costs. So the train is about 20% less expensive than the trains we bought up to now. Lower maintenance costs, that's very important too, because maintenance costs, since a train lasts just about 30 years, it can be quite expensive to maintain these trains. We're looking for ways to make it cheaper. That's important to us too. Lower energy consumption, so we all spoke about that, that's also very important. So if you compare double-decker and especially TGVM to single-deckers, we use 50% less energy than just one level train. So that's a big asset. And also, something we have on present trains, which was quite difficult to deal with, is the fact that they are not modular. So the only time we can really refurbish them and mark up on the comfort board is only past 15 years of existence, which is rather long. Today, people like to have changes quite often. 15 years is too long. So TGVM will be able to adapt to new markets quite quickly and at a cheaper price. So how did we manage to add more space on this TGVM? We can have up to 740 people sit aboard TGVM. We updated the motorcar so that we could reduce its size by 4 meters, which is quite a bit. Say that times 2, so that makes 8 meters less that we gain for the customers. 8 meters is not enough to add a new car, so we reduced each other car. As a basis on TGVs, we have 8 carriages. So we reduced 1 meter from each car to make up for a 9th carriage. So TGVM has 9 carriages, which allows it to carry 20% more passengers and yet have the same level of comfort, which was one big aim too. So I was speaking earlier also about modularity, and that's why TGVM is M. It's the M of TGVM, because it's modular, which is very important to us. It's easy to change. In a day, we can change a carriage from first class to second class. So that's a big change, and it's important to us too. So we can adapt according to different markets we serve, and also according to the seasons. You notice in summertime, during the holidays, we have less first-class passengers. So what we could do is maybe put in more second-class passengers, and in such, having more people on the train, which is a big advantage too. And last but not least, of course, our clients. We want to attract them more. We have competition coming in, so we need to be very attractive on the for comforts, but also prices and all amenities, including the bar, for instance. And all clients, I mean all clients, which are also wheelchair users. So we consulted them from the start because they have a big impact on the structure of the train, and which is why they worked with us since 2016 and are still working with us, and they can come on board without any help from any other clients. So that was a big plus compared to the trains today. And so this is why I was happy to speak to you about TGVM, because of all these advantages, and we can say so much more. But this is just a teaser for the next time. Thank you.
So Florence was talking about the new train sets from the operator's point of view, but we also have Jacek Konop, who is a train producer. So that now I think that would be nice to see how the producer approach to the design and
Yeah, our train is coming. Safety first, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to be here and to show some our ideas, some our techniques, why we extract the needs of the passengers, especially because this panel is dedicated for the passengers mainly. So you know very well that I'm from the Polish producer of the rolling stock, so you have experience with our with our vehicles, so every day. So I will not explain more about it. But this part of this project, let's say the railway component is a part as well as is a part of our strategy for the next years, especially creation of the high-speed trains. We are collecting now all the experience from our cooperators, let's say, partners, technological partners as well, to fulfill all the gap we investigated in the past. We started the work a few years ago, and now we are preparing the solution. But what is most important, we are now focused on all the stakeholders. We should input to this solution. But first, please, this is a question for everyone. Why do we need these high-speed trains? So simply because our life speed ups every day, and we are going faster, or our expectations are different, our needs are different. So I want to highlight some of the points before the discussion, especially. Because I think this is, we have all the experts here, because we are all the passengers. So we need to explain, we need to highlight what is important for us. Yeah? And of course, we are counting for this big investment will be connected with development, not only comfort of our travel, but will be the part of the trigger, or will trigger all the big activities in other areas. As social impact is very important. Of course, this investment is connected with business, with our everyday work and everyday activities. So, one point before the presentation of the technique we are using for this investigation. So we should remember for who we are creating such a system, let's say, because we are creating this for the next generations for sure. We will start operations maybe 2030. Maybe a little bit earlier, but for sure it will be under exploitation during the next 30 years from the start. So we are talking about a very large perspective from this point of view. So what is most important when we're traveling from the one point to the another? I think that first of all, punctuality for the passenger. Yeah. Now I will be the passenger rather than the, representative of the Polish producer of rolling stock. So because this is my duty to keep this all this information on hand. So next it will be environment for work, or for the social societal relationship, or something else, or simply for the reflection. Maybe we need to ask ourselves what we want from the high-speed train implementation. What do our passengers really expect? So that's a very good question. So we use such a technique called user experience program. And this is a very wide program because we want to investigate how many and who is really interested in the implementation, and what are the expectations of all the stakeholders in this process. So as you see, there is many kind of stakeholders from the passenger point of view, but we need to take into consideration as well. These are results of our two programs we performed in the past. So one is connected with regional operation, the second one with intercity operation. So just after this panel, I can show you some results if you are interested. I have with me to these books as well, so as evidence that this is a real performance. And we need to take into account the one thing more, because the complexity of the group of the stakeholders, passengers, is relatively wide, but we should consider the purpose of the decision to take a train. Yeah? So I think that if we combine all these elements, this is a huge, complex system. We need to take into account, in the consideration, all these connections between and relationships. So it's not only a thing which is directly connected to the high-speed train implementation, because we need to establish the network. We need to feed the system, so we need to create local connections. We need to improve the local connections as well. So this is a big scope of the planned work we need to do. So, of course, finally, we are thinking about if you are thinking about the comfort, we are thinking about the seats, about the comfortable space, quiet space, and so on. But this is much, much more today. Of course, we have some experiences, bad or good, but for sure we should use these elements as well in our projects, in our solution. So, new challenges. Now we are talking about the CPK, about the high-speed trains, about the train railway component in this project. But this transportation of the goods, different one, and exchanging of these goods between, for example, different modes of transportation, is a crucial part of our work. Finally, I can, before I want to put here the picture of the, people with a mobile phone, but simply I can ask you, who doesn't have mobile today in this room? Please raise a hand. Yeah, my colleague is joking, of course. Who doesn't have apps on your mobile phone? This small piece of technical engineering art significantly changed our life, our business, our work. So it should be taken into account in this consideration as well. So we need to prepare a solution for this. And after that, we need to create the comfortable space for our passengers. So, and not only passengers, because we need to create the environmental for work for the other stakeholders, like maintenance staff, like staff on board as well. And finally, we need to investigate the purpose. What is the purpose of this girl? She's looking for the knowledge, simply. We need to perform all the actions to investigate the root of this need of our stakeholders. One more thing. If you are going about such a long-term investment, about such a long-term project, the social responsibility should be a part of on the very beginning of the project. So for sure, according to the current regulation, fulfill all the formal requirements, as well, we have a big opportunity to implement another elements to this system. I'm thinking about the Green Deal, but not in ideas only. We need to connect together with current solutions this system as well. So we have a big opportunity to create the network, especially this very large area has a very big potential for the implementation of all the puzzles we have, in fact, on our table. So this is not our responsibility. This is, ladies and gentlemen, our duty today. So thank you very much for this short presentation.
Thank you. So now I will start with the questions, maybe with Michał. And Michał said that CPK is not only aiming to design and build infrastructure, but also to create a new transport system in Poland. What does it exactly mean, and what are the what are your plans regarding not high-speed railway connections, but the regional and other trains?
From our point of view, it's just as you said, not only infrastructure. We are building the connections between cities, and these connections, in our intention, will not be used only by the inhabitants of biggest cities in Poland. We want to achieve more results by connecting also the cities which do not have transport at all, like for example Brzeziny station, which I was showing, and to attract also people from the local cities to the railway transport. And this is also, of course, the matter of building the stations, the matter of preparing the timetable, which will be attractive for these people, but also preparing the local transport and reorganize the local transport in order to give the good connections to the stations, and then give the possibility to use railway transport. So that area of these matters is not only connected with building rails, building embankments, and everything which is connected with, let's say, hard infrastructure. This is something which is more delicate, more softened, more connected with the system, and this system it's also thing which we are preparing during our investment process. And the crucial thing is that we are focused right now on these elements of the system which are connected with the infrastructure because later, after the design process, there won't be the possibility to prepare the station in the place which was not yet defined. There won't be a place to, for example, use the use the freight transport, freight trains on the newly lines, which is also our intention. So these are the things which we should think about and implement right now, and that is what we are doing.
Okay, but in Poland we have a huge problem with the popularity of public transport, and it's not so many people using buses, trams, or using public transport on the everyday. And the situation in Czech Republic is much better. Does it make easier planning and designing high-speed railway lines and high-speed infrastructure when you already have the passengers using the rail? It's, of course, a question to Martin.
Je to tak, že vlastně v posledních desetiletích jak velmi narostla popularita veřejné dopravy.
In the last 10 years, the popularity of the public transport, especially rail transport, has increased.
A právě velká část
300,000 people come to Prague every day, and many of them use rail transport. In the last 10 years, we've witnessed the big success of rail transport, also for those who commute to work from the suburbs, like in Pardubice and Tabor. Passengers come to Prague every day from there. And that's why the demand is big for a bigger capacity of our public transport. And that's why we want to focus on high-speed rail. We can see that rail transport can be competitive to road transport. And some of the cities were brought closer together thanks to it. Like 15 years ago, my colleagues did not see the importance of rail. But right now, everybody sees additional opportunities related to the environmentally friendly nature of the transport. And that's why we believe that high-speed rail will constitute the basis of the public transport. Most of the lines will be serviced by the state, so this will be the backbone.
Thank you. And Florence, you've mentioned in your presentation that one of the things that SNCF is now coping with is the growing competition. And so what's the impact of competition on high-speed railway market in France, and what are the plans of SNCF regarding France itself and other countries?
Very good question. Thank you. The competition has come onto the French market now with Trenitalia, who is our first competitor on Paris-Lyon towards Milan. And as we noticed, since it's been several months now that they're with us, the good surprise is that they haven't stolen that many clients from us. On the contrary, it's been a profit for both of us, because apparently the market was ready for a new operator on this market, on this route. So, which is good. It means that more and more people are willing to travel by train, and there's room for several of us. Well, that's one good news. Now we'll see, of course, as more competitors come in, we still need to be very strong and attract more people and have good prices, good quality on board. That still needs to be a basic. But the good news is that competitors are welcome in France. And our idea is to do the same abroad, is still go abroad. So as you know, we developed Ouigo in Spain, which is a good success also. And we plan also on developing in further countries.
Okay, and you also mentioned in your presentation that the last year was the record one for the high-speed railway lines, high-speed railway services in France. So how many passengers exactly were using your trains?
On high speed? Yeah. Almost 130 million tickets sold last year. So it was a big score. And we're happy for that. We think it's a lot also the COVID fault, because they didn't travel for a long time, and now people are very eager to go somewhere else and to travel and travel. So that's good too. Good for us.
Okay, and but now another question to Jacek. We've seen this presentation by Florence showing TGVM and the modularity of those trains were highlighted. Is that the same approach that you have also in PESA when you are designing new trains?
If you are talking about or thinking about the reduction of the cost of the development or cost of the implementation of the new generation of the train, even other modes of the transportation, we should use modularity as a rule in our design process from the very beginning. I'm really jealous that my colleagues from SNCF has such a big project with another national producer of the rolling stock and against the competitors of the other markets. So it's really congratulations for that. Of course, this is very comfortable situation for the creation of the new trains, especially. And the second point is I'm really jealous that you are on the second stage. You are preparing the second generation, next generation of your existing trains. So it seems that this technology is under development. So now as well. Taking into account this consideration about the modularity, as I mentioned, this is our first rule to reduce the cost, of course, to prepare the platform. Yeah, but of course we should fulfill all the requirements. So today, fortunately, we have such a situation that the rules are common for the same for everyone. So yes, the answer is yes. We have in our approach the same components.
Okay, and some I think that was in the previous panel discussion. It was mentioned many times that the biggest problem for the railways now is the lack of the capacity. And as SNCF is investing in new railway train sets, is it also necessary to build new railway lines, or is there still enough capacity to develop railway services basing on those railway lines that are already existing in Western Europe?
Well, right now what we can do is already add more frequencies on the existing network. That's one thing we can do. Building more high-speed lines right now is not the 100% priority because we already have many lines. And today, the everyday train, the one that everyone takes to go to work every morning, needs some improvement. So we're shifting a bit to that side, even though because of TGVM, starting 2024, it will be again in the highlights and people will come even more on trains. And we did adapt also in capacity. Since we want to have more frequencies, we will continue to transport more people on board our trains and more people will come to high speed. That's our bet.
But here in Central and Eastern Europe, we still have to construct the high-speed railway lines. And now I will be asking our Czech colleague another question. You mentioned that you've already investing in new transport hubs and making travel easier. But is it possible to have this modularity also when it comes to the transport hubs? What is your approach to the new passenger infrastructure, but not the railway lines?
Tak určitě. Tak u nás tady je asi důležité si říct, že už ta
Well, definitely it is important to say that the construction of individual stages is also subdivided into substages. And we are going to talk about terminals of the network. In the existing hubs like Prague or Brno, thanks to increased capacity, terminals will be built that will increase the accessibility of the long-distance transport. We are also going to bring the regional cities closer together. We'll have a better transport possibilities, travel possibilities in the case of such cities. So, for example, it will take like 30 minutes to get to Ustinoblade. We're looking at Western Europe and how the high-speed rail operates there. Up to 1 hour travel gives a lot of benefits to those who need to take such trips. So the number of passengers is growing. So we believe that the new rail lines will be immediately used. The capacity will be used. And we believe that the core network is going to be completed by 2030, 2040, and then we believe that we are going to have 150,000 passengers daily on those lines. And the terminals will be combined with other types of modes of public transport. And the terminals will also be built where there are exits from motorways. We've also designed parking lots there. And we also talk to our regions to change their transportation plans in order for the hubs or the terminals to direct passengers to the high-speed rail.
Okay, so Michał, what would be the impact of CPK infrastructure and CPK investments on the regional and the local train services in Poland? And we already have the information from our neighbors from Czech Republic. Do you think that it will be something different in Poland? Are there any huge differences between our countries?
Well, I think that during this discussion we think the same in Czech Republic and in Poland, that implementing high speeds is a chance also for the local trains. And maybe I will define also how do we feel like local trains. These are not the trains which have stops in each 2 or 3 kilometers and they can run, for example, 100 kilometers per hour. These are the fast regional trains with the maximum speed at minimum 160 kilometers per hour, with the limited stops only in the cities which will be defining a lot of passengers in order to have the possibility to operate these trains. So this is a huge possibility to have more passengers on this network. For example, I have shown during the presentation that according to the traffic forecast, we are looking for 120 million passengers in Poland in the long and medium distance trains after the implementing all of the investments. And from this number, 25 million are the passengers which are using these regional fast trains. So this is about 20% of the whole of all of the number, which is used by the people who are not living in the biggest cities, or they are traveling to these big cities to work or another reasons. And that is why we are going this way, because passenger will use it. And the second thing is the word capacity, which was used also during this debate, and this is the capacity of the existing lines, because we are suffering the problems with the lack of capacity on the existing lines near the big cities. The local transport operators cannot prepare the timetable which will be suitable for their customers, and preparing the high-speed network gives the possibility to switch the long-distance trains from the existing lines to the newly built lines, and then we'll have the more capacity for the regional operators on the existing lines and have the possibility to prepare the better timetable and the better operations.
So we now have the high-speed railway lines map behind us, but could you give us some example of regional routes in which we are expecting the biggest number of passengers, of the biggest growth of the services?
Of course. However, these cities are not visible in this map. But if you have your mobile phones, as it was said today that everyone has, you can check the city of Płock, for example, which is located in the Mazovia region. This is the city which has about 120,000 of inhabitants, and these are the fast trains which will be connecting this city to Warsaw in the time below of 45 minutes. Right now the local trains are traveling in the time of 2 hours. This city is located about 100 kilometers from Warsaw, and a lot of passengers are using the road transport right now. This is also for example, the connection between Łódź and Skierniewice and Łowicz. Local train operator Łódzka Kolej Aglomeracyjna is keen to operate the trains between Łódź and these cities with usage of the high-speed lines. Generally, as I have presented, we are preparing the stations in nearly all feasibility studies, which we are doing right now at CPK. So the infrastructure will be ready to operate on nearly all of the lines which we are preparing with the use of the fast regional trains.
Thank you. I think that we will have some time for the questions from the audience, so we can already think about them. And I have one more question to Jacek. We've already heard from Michał that there's the plans about developing regional services. And as we are planning to move so many more passengers in the future, is it an opportunity for PESA to provide the new regional trains? And do you think that you have enough capacity when it comes to the production of the new rolling stock to meet this demand?
Let's say this regional area is our habitat, so we are coming from that, from this region, from these operations, from these services, from these solutions for these services operations. And of course, the high-speed train is the next stage for us, and next level, yeah, for sure. But we want to connect, and we want to join all our experience, which comes from the regional operation as well to this system, because this is a complex thing. In Poland we have a free DC voltage system, yeah. So and of course in the plan is implementation of the catenary system for the 25 kV. Okay, the first question is what kind of vehicles we need in the first stage of implementation. It should be, as in France, for sure, something which will be useful on both lines of the both infrastructural components. So it was in a plan during the 1980s, I suppose it was, yes. History, so that they should have a vehicle which can be useful on the classical infrastructure as well as high-speed trains lines. So I think that this is a consequence of this first turn we've made. So we are thinking about the high-speed trains, but we should think about the connections between the both environments, in fact. So this is an idea. My last slide was about, let's say, much more advanced and much more ambitious project, because today we can use all these, healthy for our earth elements, because we are creating the system for the next 30 years of operations. We should keep on mind, but it should be a part of the policy of all the stakeholders, even the managers of all the people responsible for the decision. So I'm sure that we have the big opportunity. This is not a challenge. This is a big opportunity for everyone, for every business component as well. So there is a few stakeholders we investigated during this phase. So we have all the players at the table. So let's start.
Okay. And do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, so maybe I will come to you.
Yeah, thank you. Miroslav Altov, working for Europe's Rail joint undertaking, is the research innovation founding program in Europe. I very appreciate all presentations you presented here. There is, for passengers' point of view, very important, and I appreciate the comfort, the accessibility of the stations, new design, all services, but it's only a half, but maybe less than half of the customer satisfaction. I will give you a simple question. I expect the answer yes or no only. I will give you 2 examples. Try to imagine to be in my position. When traveling to Warsaw, I tried to buy the train ticket. There was simply, because using the smartphone app installed, but only from Prague to Warsaw. When coming to the multimodal purpose and try to buy the ticket for public transport in Warsaw, was very complicated. Do you think that it's good customer-centric view? Another example related to high speed. I'm traveling often to Brussels from Prague using the air rail system, also multimodal system offering by Air France or KLM. My last trip was simply complicated because the flight was delayed from Prague, and my last TGV to Brussels, I missed the last connection. Air France took care. They ensure accommodation overnight, okay, good, with dinner free of charge. and they rerouted me to the first TGV connection from Charles de Gaulle Airport to Brussels in the morning. This train set consists of 2 TGV units, one coming from Strasbourg, one from Lyon. And the first one, in which was my seat reservation from Strasbourg, came on time. But the second part of the train from Lyon was 60 minutes delayed. What happened? 400 passengers in the first part of the train set was waiting 1 hour in Charles de Gaulle Airport to wait for the delayed train from Lyon. Is it the customer satisfaction for having promoted the rail? I am not sure. But even I am big fan of rail, I will promote rail everywhere, but there is a necessity to change the business concept. What was the explanation of SNCF staff when I was asking? Because it was done because the track access charge is too high for having 2 train paths. I cannot understand that. Thank you for your answer, yes or no, if you agree with me or not.
So who first? So I fully agree with you, because I'm not a representative of the Polish operator, of course, but I'm passenger as well. So I fully agree with your approach, with your expectations from this system. So we have all the tools, let's say. We have mobiles, we have networks, we have clouds. We should use this big data. That it should start for us simply, yeah, for us passengers, on a very, very low level, you know. So I fully agree.
And about the connections, I agree, it's not a nice experience you had. I'm sorry about that. It is true that connections and routes on the different rails on the different routes are complicated to organize. And I understand the answer of the officer who answered to your question. It's also because it's very busy, and once we introduce a new path on a route, it complicates the rest of the train, the other trains which are on either side. So it's cost reason, but also not to produce too much chaos on the rest of the trains on the same route. So sorry about the experience. Let's just hope this doesn't happen anymore. We need to be very rigid on the timetable. That's one point, and we agree that on that point we have a bit more progress to do.
Okay, and we have another question from the audience, and there's a microphone coming from the back of you. Okay.
Wiesław Nowak, Przegląd Gospodarki.
Wiesław Nowak of the Przegląd Gospodarki magazine. I have a question to the representative of the TGV. Many nations in Europe and beyond have been watching with attention and admiration how the TGV railway lines have expanded. However, Poland, 40 years ago, when we constructed the central railway line, back when the TGV network also started to develop, well, we were there, but we stalled while you moved ahead. But going back to your presentation, I have a question. You showed us the grid, the TGV network in France. Question. Many speakers, many participants may be interested to know, especially local governments, what about TGV trains? Are they traveling only along the high-speed rail lines, or do they reach places like the city of Wrocław in Poland and then smaller towns such as Wałbrzych? Do you need to switch to a conventional section of the grid. That would be my conclusion from seeing your slide with the grid, the network. What is your experience? Is it good for high-speed rail lines, tracks, to be used by regional trains? Would they slow down the throughput of such lines? I have more questions, but let's start with these. We would very much like to know more from you based on your experience. And follow-up question. When you were planning TGV lines, what was your approach? How did you manage to overcome the dissatisfaction of local populations when the lines were cutting through densely populated areas? Because people in Poland are protesting a lot.
I'll start with the last question. When TGV got larger in the 80s, it wasn't such a problem for the clients and the people, the population around them, to see TGV come to their city. They weren't that much conscious about the environment and their surroundings. They were just happy to have modern train come to them, to bring more people, to bring more business, tourists. Today, it's much different. Today, one of the questions was, will we have any more TGV lines? Yes, we will, but it will take much more time because we will have to do more convincing for the people, to convince them that TGV is something that will bring them more and will not damage the environment. We always have to take care of that. It's very, very important to us. So it takes more time, so just as you will have a little time to develop too. Then when I go back to the other questions, TGV, we developed 100% TGV lines just for TGVs and not for other trains, because we need that space just for TGVs so that we can run 320 kilometers an hour and no less. That's very important, and it's a bit the model they have in Japan, as we spoke of earlier this morning, who started first the high-speed rail. Their timetables are very critical and always very regular, because the trains always run on the high-speed lines. So we wouldn't have had that problem between Paris and Brussels had there been only a high-speed line for the train. We in France chose a mixed model, so many kilometers just for high-speed trains, and to go to smaller cities, just like Nice, for example, we use classic lines. So lines that are also used by everyday trains. Why? Because people who come from Paris, for instance, do not appreciate very much changing trains to go to their end city. They like it when there's no connection, when it goes straight up to where they want to be, because the train is made to go from city center to city center. That's one of their advantages compared to the plane. So TGV cannot go everywhere because it needs to run at a lower speed when we go up to Nice. So sometimes people still need to connect to local trains. And what we noticed, especially last year, is that about 15% of our clients who run on TGV go on a connecting train to go to smaller cities. And these cities, they benefit from that traffic from TGV because we bring people a bit closer to them, and still they gain time when traveling up to that smaller city. I think that was the question.
So if you could clarify a bit about the CPK approach to use, the dual use of the high-speed railway lines, because you are planning to give access to these high-speed railway lines also to slower-moving regional trains.
Yes, of course. I think that we were speaking about it nearly for whole of the panel, and of course this is the intention, just as Florence said also, that the long-distance trains should not only operate on the high-speed lines, they should be connecting also the cities which are lying on the existing lines by the best way suitable for the passengers and to attract them more to use because, well, nearly all of the passengers in Poland don't like connections. They don't like to change the trains from one to another. So, so the big impact on the railway is to give them possibility to use one train to from place which they are starting the journey to the place where they are ending their journey. And of course, this is also the matter of the local trains, because preparing the capacity on the newly built lines for the local trains, local fast regional, of course, and for the long distance trains, and also here in the CPK, most of the lines will be prepared also for the freight traffic. We'll use the existing capacity, newly prepared capacity of this line to the maximum extent. And taking into account the huge amount of money which needs to be invested in all of these lines, these are billions of euros, as we have seen in the yesterday's presentations for the whole of the high-speed network in 3 seas regions, and this will give the clear benefit results. And these benefits, which were showed yesterday, because this were 60 billions of euros capital investment and 120 billions of euros the benefits. This is also because of the usage of these lines by the fast regional trains. And this is we can see clearly the effects in the numbers, that using the newly built capacity in the maximum extent by the different types of trains is benefiting for whole of the railway.
Do we have more questions from the audience? Yep.
Mam mikrofon tutaj z tyłu.
Just one short question to Florence, because you said an interesting thing that during the holiday season you have less business trips and more leisure trips, and you are going to change the ratio of first and second class seats. Do you want to change the train set composition or just to change the seat arrangement on the same coach? How do you achieve this technically?
So that's a wish we have. Now we still need to work on how much it will cost to do that, okay? So it's something that would be very interesting to do. What we would do is change, in fact, the whole seats, because the first class seat has different comfort from second class seat. And the first class seat ranges of 3 seats, so 2 plus 1. We would go up to 2 plus 2 to add more capacity. So we would need to take away the first class seats and put in second class seats for one whole saloon, for instance. That's one example. And that we can't do today unless the train set goes to a technical department for at least a month. And for the next generation, for TGVM, we hope that will be much shorter and maybe a day.
Okay. Is there any other question? I don't see anyone. Okay, so maybe I'll have just one last question to our colleague from Czech Republic. And as already Michał and Florence mentioned, the people in France, in Poland, do not like to change trains on their routes. Is that the same thing in Czech Republic?
Tak my zatím ten systém máme tak, že máme...
Well, our current system is as follows.
Ty tratě přímo do těch míst, kde by právě jsme omezili počty těch přestupů a byly by to přímé linky.
There are certain lines where we've limited number of lines where passengers need to change the train. This is going to be evaluated currently. The number of changes, well, this also depends on the number of passengers. This is an open model. At the moment, we are preparing the study regarding financing of the whole system. It's going to be presented to the government of the Czech Republic, and we'll see how this evaluation will impact the organization of the transport services. For now, we as the managing organization are thinking about the reliability of the network and We want to provide for the use of the capacity
Hlavně tou otázkou
available,
30. let a toho plného
and then there will be the questions will appear after 2030, 2040, once the high-speed rail is ready.
Jacek Konop. We've heard this idea from SNCF to rearrange the interior of the trains. How do you think it would be the easiest way to organize that from the perspective of the train producer?
Yes, we found this expectation in the current tenders we are participating now. So to let's say to have such a flexible arrangement of the interior. So, but of course, this is connected with that regulations, because we need to let's say certify all the possible configurations. So of course, this is the big task. So such a very small change, in fact, in the train. So because this to rearrange, for example, not in the technical department or technical maintenance department. So, but during the operation, for example, yes, how to invent a solution which will be useful for the very quick change, for example. Yeah, so 15 minutes. Now we have, of course, solutions to change the direction of the seats, for example. Yeah, it should be something like that. Yeah. So I think that yeah, we have for the multifunctional, for example, we find such a expectation that it will be useful for the wheelchair, for the bicycles, for the scooters even, yeah, but for the, let's say, mushroom collectors as well. So, or for the other passengers, yeah, for the holiday, for the sports activities. So there is a lot of different possible configurations. So we should be very sensitive for this expectation, and we should hear what they are talking to us, yeah, because these are our clients, so simply passengers. So.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, then I think that that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. We still have a bit more than 1 minute left, but I think that's all right. So thank you very much for the panelists. Thank you all for staying so long with us, and I hope you did enjoy the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for moderating this very panel. Ladies and gentlemen, and we have 15 minutes of a coffee break, and at 4 p.m. sharp we are meeting here for the crowning panel of today's conference dedicated to the breakthrough innovations in rail. So see you in 15 minutes. Innovations in rail. This closing panel will be centered around technological progress and opportunities coming with it, including potential of hydrogen-powered railways, Hyperloop, 5G or big data. And the moderator for this panel will be Miroslav Prokic from Railways Explained. Please kindly join me on the stage.
Hello everyone, welcome to the last panel discussion of this great conference. I'm Miroslav Prokic. I'm here on behalf of the YouTube channel Railways Explained. Together with my colleagues in the team, we reached the Warsaw from Belgrade with the train, and we recorded a video with our experience and with the obstacles that we needed to overcome to travel by train to Warsaw. For example, there was a false bomb alarm in Vienna, so police evacuated the whole station from people and train. I think that in the next 3 or 2 weeks the video will be ready, so you will be able to see it on our YouTube channel. Topic of today's panel discussion is breakthrough innovation in rail. We all know how important is innovation and research and development projects are. So because of that, we obtained a very exciting panelist, and I will start with the introduction. I will start first with the lady. Here with us is Martina Abendroth, a manager director from the PTV Group. Then we have Daniela Poor from the EU Agency from the Space Program. Then with us is also Ricardo Campo, program manager from the Spanish SEDEX from the Rail Interoperability Lab. Also with us is Marek Pavlik, from a deputy director for the rail interoperability within the Railway Research Institute. And last but not least, the Janusz Kuchmin from company Nevoma. Nice to see you all here. So, we are all aware about EU Green Deal and the idea that Europe become the climate neutral continent until 2050. And we all know what are the importance of the railways in the contribution to achieving the defined objectives in that document. Hydrogen trains as innovation already made a breakthrough in the railway system. So I will speak today with Marek about the benefits of introducing the hydrogen in the railway system, and also I want to speak about the obstacles to the, how to say, wider utilization of this technology outside Germany and the UK.
So let's start with legislation. First of all, we have to say that the legislation regarding hydrogen trains already exists. It was first implemented by European legislation in 2009. In 2019, it was then opened for the European Commission to add some details, the technical details, because solutions are more and more available. On the other side, you can find also in the official journal of the European Union is a detailed document accepted for mobile hydrogen engines, which was accepted under the United Nations. It's not true that we do not have legislation which is saying how to accept solutions based on hydrogen to run trains without any problem and to pass the borders with such trains. The key question is where we really are. And we can say that we have 3 steps. First, these are all the requirements which are necessary to make sure that we are safe. That's the first question, and we have to say that in relation to hydrogen, we have a set of well-defined requirements regarding safety. Then a next step is interoperability. that reality that we have with railways at the moment, and we can say that interoperability exists in relation to railways, but it does not exist in relation to hydrogen trains at the moment. I will say a few words how we go in that direction in the next years, because there are some projects which are ongoing. But before that, I would like to say that there is a third step also, and that is interchangeability. And the interchangeability was on a table as a discussion 20 years ago for the railways, but it was not accepted. And that's what we are seeing at the moment. And the discussions related to the new changes of the TSIs as part, not yet full step, but let's say half step towards intermodality, towards interchangeability. Okay, coming to the capacity and the trains. First of all, we have to say that it's not a challenge, technical challenge, to produce a hydrogen train. It is already being produced. We have in Poland 3 companies which are offering hydrogen trains or hydrogen locomotives. One of them is producing that in Poland. The other 2 are global players, and they are ready to produce and ready to offer, but they are not produced in Poland, but in other places in European Union. On the other side, we can say, okay, there are possibilities to produce such trains. Is that a challenge for existing lines? Is that a challenge for the capacity? And we can say that the type of traction is only acceptable if it is not influencing significantly the operation. So we have started in 19th century with a steam traction. We went through diesel traction, through electrical traction. We are discussing at the moment it's a hydrogen traction, although we can say that the hydrogen multiple unit is in reality also at the same time an electrical multiple unit. But it will run the same way, and it will be accepted the same way under the TSIs in relation to the braking, in relation to the overall gauge, etc., etc. So there is no doubt it does not create any capacity difficulties for the future. However, we have at least one huge challenge. On one side, I have already mentioned that it is not a problem to produce a hydrogen train. On the other side, when we have companies which are buying trains, they say, okay, but we want it as cheap as possible for the beginning, of course, fulfilling all our requirements. And at least for the moment, the hydrogen train is a bit more expensive. The producers are saying it will be less expensive if you take into account whole operational time. And that is the place where I have to say, however, they offer fueling over the whole years the train will be used. But in that respect, there is no interoperability. So, which means that you buy the train together with a service for fueling such train over many next coming years. That's what is a challenge at the moment under the Europe's Rail program. We have a dedicated project which is focused on the acceptance of fueling, hydrogen fueling stations. And that is the place where the first steps have to be done in the next 3-4 years. And we have to define all the details regarding not only the way how to ensure that it is safe, but also all that what is necessary to make it feasible technically over long distances between different countries and economically. And that leads me to the final questions, because the fact at the moment that we have to fuel the trains in case of diesel or gas, that is no doubt. However, all the requirements in that respect, they are set, but they are not changed, they are not checked by the notified bodies, because the standards in that respect are very well known and utilized by all partners. In relation to hydrogen, that wouldn't be the case, not because we have to agree the diameter of a pipe and the level of the amount of fuel being given in a well-defined time. It is a question of an exchange of data at the same time. If you look on electromobility standards, you will see that the key questions are not related to the use of the power, to take the power. The key question is how to exchange data between different individual vehicles and the power providers, because there is no person serving in that respect, and all that have to be collected and all that have to be reliable, because that is connected with finances. So we have with hydrogen a fourth change of technical solutions. So the first revolution which took place in the 19th century, and we have 9, the fourth one, and the fourth one is coming also together with hydrogen on rail.
Thanks, Mark. Daniel, you're working for the EU Agency for the Space Program that promoting the using of satellite navigation system railway. Can you give us perspective of the research and development projects in which you participate, and what is the added value for the railway sector with this field?
Thank you very much for the word, and thanks also to all of you for making it till late afternoon with us. And for answering your question, I prepared also a couple of slides to introduce the space program as such, because I believe that maybe not all of us are familiar what Europe does in space and where are we at the moment. So to make it a little bit closer to you, maybe let me share with you a couple of information, first of all, about the program itself. So I work for EUSPA, which is the European Union Agency for the Space Program. It's a similar style of agency as the European Railway Agency, with which you might be a little bit more familiar in the environment. However, the topic that we are dealing with is not railways exclusively, but it's the space program itself. And what are its components? So first and the foremost known component of the space program is the Galileo constellation, which is a satellite constellation with similar functionalities as the American Navstar, or well known above the general public as GPS. However, with better performances, with improved technical components, ensuring that the accuracy of the localization is better. Another component is called EGNOS, which is a shortcut for European Geostationary Navigation Overlay Service. But in other words, more simple and closer maybe to you, is that it is basically a watchdog or a policeman that is controlling whether a constellation like Galileo or GPS is saying the truth, whether the position or localization of the user is correct, and whether it is corresponding to the user requirements. So EGNOS is one of the enablers of use of satellite-based localization for safety-critical applications, like, for example, a safe landing of aircraft in an airport, or in the future, hopefully, and this topic we will touch also in a couple of minutes, for fail-safe train localization in ERTMS in the future. Another component of the space program is Copernicus. This is Earth observation program. In other words, we can imagine it as Europe's eyes on Earth. And the last program is GovSatcom, Governmental Satellite Communication, which is basically the element that is covering the data exchange and communication that is critical for not only governments, but also some other elements, like, for example, within ERTMS, well-known system GSMR, which will be in the future maybe replaced by some advanced solutions. However, what we will be targeting for sure, and this is going to be one of the key topics as well over here, we will be targeting its use also within ETCS in the future, if possible. To relate these components of the program even in a better way to what is being carried out here in Poland in conjunction, for example, with CPK, with Galileo and with EGNOS, with the localization services, for sure, a key application that we can imagine is the localization of aircraft during the landing phase with procedures based on satellite localization. What is, for example, possible is to replace straight approaches to the runways with curved approaches. So in the end, you can save a large quantity of fuels within the approach phase. So that's one possibility. I think I don't need to speak about all the other elements, like, for example, the use cases of accurate localization in trucks serving such a big hub, or in the trains for asset management purposes. But maybe another interesting case could be for Copernicus, and a little bit less known. There is a satellite of Copernicus called Sentinel-2, one of the Sentinel families, that is every 6 days passing above the location of the CPK hub. And once the construction starts, it is possible to have every 6 days for free a relatively detailed overview on how the construction is progressing. So that's one other option. And of course, the satellite communication in the future can help to act as a backup solution in case of other terrestrial communication failures. So these are the possibilities and the use cases of space in concrete terms, one of the examples. Otherwise, our agency takes care of running the constellations, their operation, security, keeping security, of course. And last but not least, the job that I'm doing is to try to facilitate a faster rollout and faster uptake of some of the services, in particular, in my case, in the railway segment and on the rail market. So what concerns rail operations and contribution of Galileo, I already touched the topic a little bit, but in concrete terms, one of the most successful applications is the rollout of Galileo for localization of freight wagons. There is more than 150,000 wagons already equipped with global navigation satellite systems, and they are sending position reports, enabling a lot of interesting services, not only for tracking and status monitoring, but accurate localization also supports business processes, like, for example, timely invoicing. So whenever the cargo is approaching already its final destination, a message is triggered or can be triggered on the basis of the delivery in order to speed up the process and to invoice the customer for successful delivery. One of our main objectives is to ensure Galileo and EGNOS uptake for fail-safe train localization in ERTMS. Over here, we have also strong support top-down from the side of European Commission and European Parliament. We steps also with Europe's Rail Joint Undertaking in the research area in order to close the final gaps and allow Galileo and the global navigation satellite system to enable cost savings in ERTMS. Namely, the objective is to remove some of the trackside elements that are nowadays used for fail-safe train localization and replace them with intelligence on board of the vehicles. So this, in the end, should provide quite a large cost savings on the side of the railway infrastructure managers if we succeed to make sure that we complete all the safety cases and to include GNSS in the future evolution of the technical specifications for interoperability. We are cooperating with all the major stakeholders and the associations around the topic, and at the moment we received, shortly before Christmas break, a confront interest from a majority of Europe's rail joint undertaking stakeholders about the need to deliver a specific EGNOS service for rail to be tested within future Europe's rail joint undertaking demonstrators that will start to be together in 2025. So our objective is to possibly include global navigation satellite systems in the TSI by 2027. We are also, in this sense, funding a lot of research and development programs. So, for example, one of the successful Horizon 2020 still projects that were funded by us was a project called STARS, or ERSAT. So we were funding large-scale measurement campaigns to determine the performance characteristics of GNSS in rail, and we continue to do so within also the upcoming call of Horizon Europe, which will be a part of my upcoming slides. For what concerns Copernicus, or the Europe's Eyes on Earth, these are a set of satellites and services that allow to monitor several aspects, like, for example, the quality of atmosphere, like, for example, landslides, or possibly deliver services with added value that can help railway infrastructure managers to solve a lot of issues that would otherwise be more costly and require maybe site visits or more investments in order to do the same level of work. The services itself are nowadays 7, with the last one that is going to be presented on the next slide. I kept it a little bit aside because it's a new one and a very exciting one. So to take it top down, I know maybe that it might not be the most interesting from the perspective of rail, but there is an atmosphere monitoring service for determining the air pollution. There is climate change service that is allowing to have an overview about also the climatic change influencing all of us. Copernicus Marine service or emergency management service. But from the rail perspective, I would underline the land monitoring service that can really be a game changer in parallel with services like, for example, use of drone technology for railway infrastructure management. And over there, it starts to become interesting because, as I already mentioned, Copernicus is for free. It's a service that is available to all European citizens, and although it requires some additional knowledge in order to properly work with the data, it's a significant relief for the budget of the companies that are working with it. I have to also say that Copernicus, if you start to analyze and look at the pictures, offers only a particle resolution. And then, of course, if the stakeholders interested in use of Earth observation services would be interested to go deeper inside and investigate Earth observation more for some concrete applications, like, for example, advanced monitoring of vegetation or really very detailed services like measuring of soil moisture under the railway track, it would be necessary to go for improved quality of services with commercial satellites, but Copernicus allows the users to start with something and then eventually decrease also the cost by using Copernicus there where it makes sense in order to get the first set of data and focus only there where maybe a bit more granularity is needed with the paid services. The last service that was put together last year as the latest one is the ground motion service. So on the slide here you can see a concrete example of landslide monitoring in UK. This is carried out with Copernicus Sentinel-1 using the so-called radar interferometry. This is a system that is using the backscatter of the signal from space and it sees naturally also through the clouds and is capable of determining in each point that you see on the slide whether it's moving down or up. So if you see the red dots on the slide, these are the parts of the land that are moving a couple of millimeters down and the blue ones up, and it gives a very nice overview of how the situation with the ground motion is actually evolving. For what concerns other concrete railway-specific applications, so outside of the monitoring of the subsidence, which was on the previous slide, Copernicus is used for monitoring of the vegetation around the railway track. This is a classical application that, for example, Deutsche Bahn is using since a couple of years. Then for construction monitoring of railway infrastructure, this is similar to the case that I was providing before, referring to the CPK over here. It is indeed interesting because it offers to monitor the evolution along the time. Infrastructure maintenance is another example. Whenever a higher granularity than the one that is achievable with Copernicus is needed, the drones come to place or the measurement trains. But for what I concern as very interesting is, for example, the tool on monitoring of the soil moisture. Here, Copernicus offers a limited functionality that might be or might not be enough, but there are other satellites, like for example the Japanese satellite called ALOS that is capable of monitoring the soil moisture up to the level of 9 meters below the surface of the Earth. On the right side, what you can see is a picture made from Copernicus contributing mission from space. It's from 600 kilometers, and on the picture of the Apollonia station in Lisbon, you can see the blue connecting Europe Express. I think that everybody is familiar with the mission that has been carried out last year around Europe. Last topic and the last component of the European Union Space Program is GovSatcom. This is new. It is actually a tool that will serve communication purposes within, preferably within crisis management, surveillance, but also within key infrastructure where transport and namely rail belongs. In railway, in concrete terms, we know that telecommunication systems are actually coming with a cost. And the cost in particular is pretty high. In the reports of the European Railway Agency from year 2017, if I remember correctly, there was a figure of a GSMR cost around 60,000 euros per 1 kilometer of line. When I was discussing with a couple of infrastructure managers and asking what is the figure, they corrected me and they were talking about 50,000 euros. So it is a difference, but still, what is the main element over here is to multiply this figure by the number of kilometers where we want to deploy such a telecommunication system. So especially because of this, we believe that an EU satellite communication service could eventually in the future form an alternative that could help us maybe to maintain especially the capillary lines or low density lines in operation, because it could help to significantly drive the cost of the telecommunication system down. To this, I would like to mention that in November last year, there was a decision basically to go ahead with a European satellite communication program called IRIS². It's on the bottom of the slide. And with an elementary investment from the side of EU of 2.4 billion euros to put together a multi-orbit constellation with telecommunication services. You can, I don't want to compare exactly, but you can imagine something similar to the Starlink in order to provide this connectivity service. And the initial services are foreseen pretty soon, but the ambition is to deliver such a telecommunication system, satellite-based, global, from Europe by 2027. I would like to underline to this that we are offering, not only in case of GovSatcom, but also in GNSS or Copernicus, opportunities for funding research, for funding developments where the EU space program components are taken into account, where the unique features of Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus and GovSatcom are exploited, or where companies feel the need to specify some requirements towards the EU space program, for example, in order to facilitate its further development and also adoption. Because if we want to have this program adopted, it has to be designed and put together in line with the user requirements. So our upcoming call is going to be closed on the 2nd of March. There is an incorrect information on the slide that the deadline is 16th of February. It's the 2nd of March. So there is still time for your applications to be conceived, put together and submitted for the next evaluation. And I hope that there will be some of you finding this possibility as interesting. Altogether, there is nearly 50 million euros in this call ready to be exploited. And also it's important for us, and that's why I also am happy that I can participate here with you to facilitate participation from Central and Eastern Europe to make sure that the voice of also countries of the 3 Cs are heard inside of the European Union space program. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. It was very interesting presentation. The knowing of train location in the area operation is most important information. Ricardo, our next panelist, has, how to say, practical experience in application of the using satellite navigation system for the train location. So, Ricardo, can you tell us something about that and complement the Daniel story?
Okay, thank you, Miroslav. Thank you also to the organization to invite us to speak about the applicability of satellite-based solution in the ERTMS. So, I would like to start speaking about the experience of CEDES Railway Interoperability Lab, because during the last 6 years, we have been participating in several European projects with the aim to integrate the GNSS technology in the ERTMS. So at the first project, we started with a GNSS classification of the railways in order to check that the GNSS can be used in the railways even under trench environments, tunnel environments, by mitigation measures. The second one was a virtualization. It was a project in which we integrate the GNSS in an ERTMS solution. And currently, we are working about position and digitalization. How? We are using the multi-sensor fusion and the hybridization between different technologies. The base technology is the GNSS, and also we implement accelerometers, we implement inertial units, LiDAR, and also stereo cameras for the odometry of the future. But why Galileo? In this slide, you can see 3 of the main key points of why Galileo is useful and relevant for the railways. The first one, every time that we speak with the railway, rolling stock manufacturers, they complain about the number of sensors that today we have to implement in the trains. And there is no space for all of them in the train. So the GNSS will reduce the number of sensors required by the train, because we can share these signals between different sensors according to the safety measures. The second one is related to the localization. And at this point, I want to say, in traditional odometry, we have tachometers, we have accelerometers, we have also Doppler radar, but all this information is relative to a reference point. For example, in the ERTMS, the reference point is the valleys or the Eurovalis, the physical valleys. The GNSS will provide a different nature of information, and it's an absolute train localization that is totally independent from the distance run from the reference point. So this provides a different input from the current sensors we have already installed in the train. And finally, and this is something that we have also to consider in all the projects, is the precise timing signal that the GNSS provides that allow us to create a robust synchronization of the sensors by providing a timestamp with every signal. So it's not about the measurement, it's also to know about the exact time when this signal has been caught by the sensor. So now we are going to speak about how the GNSS can be implemented in the ERTMS. Currently, at European level, there are two different tendencies. The first one is the Virtual Valleys Reader. The Virtual Valleys Reader is a module that will be integrated in the ERTMS architecture, as it was the STM for the national system in the past, at all levels, not only at interface, but also at low-level integration. And the aim is to replace the physical valleys in the track. The other tendency, or the other line of investigation, is the advanced terrain odometry. As Daniel said before, we are always looking for fail-safe train positioning solutions. And these fail-safe train position solutions can be done only by the hybridization of the sensors. Currently, as it was said before, we have 3 types of sensors in the train. But by merge or by the fusion of this sensor with new technologies, the simplification of the system and also the wiring, that we have also to take into account the wiring in the trains, will be simplified considerably. And now I would like to take this opportunity to speak about the ERTMS pilot line for regional trains that we are carrying out in Spain, because the Spanish government knows about the problem of the Class B system. They are obsolete and they need to be replaced by new signal systems, digital ones and modern ones. But as Daniel said before, we have the GSMR. The GSMR is a product that in 10-15 years is going to be obsolete. We are not going to have spare parts. So the solution will be satellite-based systems for positioning and also for communication. And this is one of the main research activities of this project, to use satellites for communication. So starting for fail-safe train positioning, we have the GNSS that could be, as I said before, as advanced odometry or Virtual Valley Reader. It depends on the company who won the tender. And related to the communication, we have public network communications, and they are supported by satellites. Why? Because in regional trains, in areas that there is no population, it's possible that we have signal, but it's not guaranteed. So the satellite communications will guarantee this connection between the rolling stock, the train, and the RVC, the trackside. So this only can be guaranteed if we have put satellite communication as backup to the, let's say, network communication, public communication. And the third point that is named is the digital map. When we spoke about digitalization, we always speak about several topics. In that case, we are facing the trackside digital map. But first of all, we need to define the format, which information is relevant for the use that we are going to do in this specific project and in the future in Europe. The second one is to generate this information. Which kind of sensor do we need? Do we need a complete set of sensors, or it is required for this kind of regional lines less sensors but well integrated? And the last point is the safety standards. We always have to consider that any evolution of the railway signaling system has to be safe. And only if you consider the safety standards evaluation from the first steps of the project, you can achieve a product that is sustainable, that is cost-benefit, and also that is feasible to be implemented in low-demand lines as the one that we are facing here. Because in this line, the transit of passengers is around 100 people per day, so there is no sense to implement a complete, let me say, full-equipped ERTMS as we do in high-speed lines, with GSMR at the cost, with ERTMS full equipped, while the density of trains is not relevant, because when one train arrives to the destination, it's the same train who come back. So if you have one train or two trains in the line, maybe the investment you have to do is not the one required by the current ERTMS. If not, it requires a different solution. This future will be solved by the FRMCS, but currently it's not in the specification and it's not expected to be in the specification in the following years. So the solution of the Spanish government is to look for implementation, a signaling implementation based on the ERTMS without GSMR, and that allows to achieve the same performance as we have in high-speed lines with full equipped high-speed lines with ERTMS. So it will be for us the first pilot line for regional trains and, let's say, modern signaling system. And I will also remark the cost-benefit reduction of these type of lines based on the reduction of the track equipment. So if you use virtual valleys or advanced odometry, the number of valleys that you need to install, and not only to install, to maintain in the track is way lower than with the current solutions. So that brings us to the point that in addition to the GNSS, satellite communication is becoming increasingly important, and is a solution that is starting to be considered by the railway infrastructure managers, in that case ADIF, in order to be used for critical missions. So that's a really key point, the use of satellite communication or network communication, public communication, for a critical mission as is ERTMS and the application of all the functionality. So this leads to the point that the GovSatcom project from EUSPA is demanded by the final users, and in that case, the final users is the railway infrastructure managers as a support of the future FRMCS or the current communication networks. And just to conclude, today morning it was said that railways is like dinosaurs. They move slowly. So let's be a velociraptor. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Ricardo. Bearing in mind that we started speaking about the railway operation, here we have a company, Nevomo, who developed very interesting technology where they integrated the existing railway track and the Maglev levitating technology. So, Janusz, can you tell us a bit more about this new technology?
Thank you very much. I will try. In my case, it will be a standing presentation. Yeah, I have a pleasure to represent company Nevomo, a company based here in Warsaw, Poland, but international company with an international team dealing with innovations. You said a few minutes ago that tomorrow morning somebody said about dinosaurs and railways, which is implementing innovations relatively slow. In our case, our target is to do significant step forward in case of implementing of new technologies and innovations. On this first picture, you can see our product, Future One, passenger train called Magrail, running on existing conventional railway line. Now I will try to change a slide. Yes. We started, Nevomo has started our activity several years ago. Our idea was to implement new technology to find a way to improve existing railway systems. As you know very well, there are several systems like Maglev, like Transrapid, like monorails, several monorails, which are establishing on completely separate infrastructure. Target of my colleagues this time, I was not part of this team. Our target was to take existing railway infrastructure to implement our our devices and to start operation on existing system. Here you can see that, of course, from car on the left, you can see regular trains with speed at the maximum at the level 300 plus. Our idea and our technology called MagRail, as said, it's technology in which we will use existing railway lines. We will implement our devices on the existing railway lines. And the first step, without levitation, we can run with speed at the level of a little bit more than 300 kilometers per hour. When we will implement the next step and this technology called MagRail Booster, it means magnetic trains which are not levitating. Next step is to really implement very high-speed trains with speed. We did calculations with maximum speed at the level of 500 even on existing infrastructure, but of course after several upgrades. On the right side of this slide you can see Hyperloop, because we are a bit involved in Hyperloop projects, but today I would like to focus on our development on MagRail. Yes, our idea is to, as said, use existing infrastructure to install linear motor on the track, to install devices on the vehicle, and probably it's one of the first presentation of this slide. Such wagons probably relatively soon will be on the way to our test track in Poland. We will install on the vehicles such movers. It's orange on this slide. On the track we will install stators, and thanks to them we will have fully autonomous operation. And of course, because of level of complication of this technology, our idea is to start from freight operations, from freight wagons, to do the next step with passenger, with speed at the level of below 300, at the level of such speed, and the next step in the future as a full version with even levitation. Now on the next slide, it should be video. I'm not sure if it will be able to run. Yes, super. Oh.
Seamless and intelligent freight transport is becoming ever more important. MagRail is a unique magnetic rail technology operating on existing railway tracks at speeds of up to 550 kilometers per hour, thus boosting the competitiveness of rail transport. Existing tracks and the autonomous vehicle will be equipped with a linear motor used for propulsion and braking installed in the middle, and with a levitation and guidance system mounted on the sides. Modal shift from road to rail is needed. Nevomo's innovative technology presents the opportunity to make freight transport faster, flexible, efficient, and most importantly, more sustainable. Nevomo, into the future.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it was a short movie, but our idea is, as said, to start implementation of this technology from freight operation. We know very well that it's theoretically easier to start with freight operation, but the idea is to establish such a fully autonomous operation between ports and terminals, between terminals, inside terminals. Thanks to them, we can completely remove shunting. We can conventional with shunting locomotives, and we can run with such autonomous wagons, freight wagons, in the future passenger trains between some points on the railway network. Yeah. Now, few information about our development. I'm not talking only about, let's say, Paper Tiger, because we did a lot. Our team did a lot. 3 years ago, we did the first test here in Warsaw. We did a model of this demonstrator of this MagRail vehicle we run on our test track here in Warsaw, and now our first magnetic railway track, I think the only one existing at the moment in Europe, is almost ready for start of testing of one-to-one full-scale vehicles in Poland, in Nowa Sarzyna. We have this, here we have pictures taken during construction of this Nowa Sarzyna test track. It's almost 750 meters, regular track, ready for tests. On this green one, on this picture, you can see bogie, which will be tested, full-scale bogie of our vehicle. It will be tested in Nowa Sarzyna. And I hope that relatively soon, first information about results of those tests will be published. At the moment, the whole team is involved in preparation of this process. It's last slide of my presentation. We are extending this 750-meter test track. This nice picture taken in the forest in southeast part of Poland. Green one, it's existing line. This red and yellow, it's a curve which is in construction right now, if I'm right, and it will be ready for next step of implementation, of testing, and finally of implementation of the system. I would like, at the end, I would like to say that it's not only our idea, it's not only our dream, because we are in close relations with several the biggest infrastructure managers from European market, but not only from Europe. And really, there is a lot of discussion about places and possibilities to implement this technology on the railway system. I hope that you will have some questions at the end of our presentation. Today I'm together with our CTO, Paweł Radziszewski, who is deeply involved in all technical aspects, and of course we will be ready to answer. Thanks a lot now, and
thanks, Janusz. Bearing in mind that we're talking about the introduction of the new innovation and we need to think about the transport planning and simulation forecasting. Because of that, we have today Martina Abendroth, who is working in PTV Group, who is dealing with the developing of these softwares. So can you tell us a little more about the PTV Group and what are your main customers and some case studies that you have today with us?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Miroslav. And thank you for your attention still, guys, because I only can imagine that after 2 busy days, it's quite hard to still be here. But I would like to take you into short travel and short brain activity. So I would like to start with a question to you. Do you make a plan before you spend your money? Because if you can compare two situations, going to daily shopping with plan and without, and how much money you will spend and for what. And in the end, are you really happy about what you buy or what you bought or not really? So my organization, PTV Group, is, I can say, a supporter in this planning, also on daily basis, but for both operational and strategic points for not only rail, but also rail users. So in short, because that's not a marketing presentation, our, I can say, adulthood are passed some time ago, because we are 40 years plus organization, really worldwide. We have subsidiaries in almost each country, I can say. From Poland, we work with Polish market, but also Baltics. So I'm super glad that all our users from CPK, Rail Baltica are also in this conference, because exactly on our software, all rail models are based. We focus about some, I can say, answers for challenges which all we have, and I put only some of them here, but we can add more and more, because in micro and macroeconomic, you know, we have this joke in Poland that person who would like to have a credit from a bank a few years ago asked a consultant, what will happen if some inflation rate or some KPIs will grow? No, that's not, that will not happen because, you know, we need a pandemic or war or something like that. So, yeah, unfortunately, we have all of that now. And we need to really challenge every day with new and new. And somehow we will not, we cannot even imagine what future can bring to us. But does it mean that we shouldn't plan? Really, another way around, we should plan and make some scenarios, like in life, about the best and the worst option, which can bring life to us. So, if our users on Rail are still thinking about how to increase transparency of planning, because that's super important. Also, my colleagues mentioned some funds. I think that's really key points. That it's not only about KPI, how efficiency sometimes we are, but what steps we did or we made, because we need to also think that some activities need to be checked, and some of them need to be closed because they are not efficient or will be not, because technology is changing so fast, which also we can just show on last presentations. Planning is also about money, and it's not only for fun. I'm traffic engineer about my graduation, so I think it's a lot of fun. But it's not only about that. It's also for money, and we need to also think about that and calculate cost before, not after, before we will make some decisions. So if you can imagine something like a digital twin, I know that that is a buzzword, but if you can imagine something like that, basing on two things. So supply and demand. And supply in this understanding is all infrastructure data which we have, all transport modes, types of transport which we can put in our models. And on the other side is a demand. So main question and main answer, how people behave on our roads, rails, etc. Also quite important thing is that models have their limitations. Sometimes it's also a marketing, and I really don't like it, that models can bring only good answers. No, can be like a magic thing and fix everything. No, so model itself will be as good as we have good data. So that's super important, and also what Daniel mentioned about Copernicus, I think I will ask about some data after this panel. About use cases, because Miroslav also asked about that. So first of all, I'm super proud that host of today's conference, CPK, has a great team of modelers, and they based off also PTV software, so also nice. But they're really experienced one and really innovative one with open-minded, I can say, approach and data-driven decision process behind. So one of use cases which is also using here in CPK is planning for also sustainability, but also accessibility. So we also need to remember that rail infrastructure will not exist itself, but that a component of full mobility system. Next one is for example, freight planning, and we also have heard something about that. So once again, when we have data, we can also make some scenarios, not only based on what we have at the moment, but also plan some scenarios for the future. And that is exactly a short map, I can say, about our rail users. So yeah, both CPK, Rail Baltica, but also rest of, I can say, not only Polish colleagues, but quite a lot from Europe is there, and I really would like to see you also, guys, into next step. I hope that we will make next step together with CPK about even more technical discussion about some solution inside, because I think that they will not be angry if I can share some. On our user group meeting a few months ago, they shared information that they would like to have approach like similar to, if I remember properly, Deutschland Takt. So that is an approach with Deutsche Bahn made some years ago. I think that Polish edition will be even better, because also always, if you can, based on experience from someone another, you can also avoid mistakes from others. So all those companies, all those entities are planning both operational but also strategic things based on modeling software. And that's really good, because also my colleague said how many millions and billions you need to put in infrastructure to make something about rail and rail system completely. So before you will take this step, it's really good to have information not only about infrastructure, but also about people behavior, about freight behavior and logistics one, because that's really a complex stuff and complex system. And if you also can compare that to road planning and cities. Some years ago, we had something like 3 to 5 traffic lights in our cities. So Excel and our, I can say, intuition was enough. But today we have so many information and so many KPIs, and that's not only time and money that we need to consider, that our intuition is to planning such a complex systems. So yeah, one success story from Deutsche Bahn, but I think that we will have only more and more from CPK, from Rail Baltica, and also from rest of our regional colleagues. So yeah, I would like to stop here and also ask a question on the last one. So what is your next step into your plan, not only about daily shopping? Thank you.
Thanks, Martina. Before I address some questions, be reminded that we have 20 minutes for the discussion. I will ask, is there any question from the public? So that you cover that first, and then I will address my question. Please.
I have one question to the Spanish colleague from SEDEX. It's related to the ERTMS system. How, in your vision for the regional or low-density lines, is the train integrity solution? How do you monitor the train integrity? Then it's one question to you. And the second one is to the new concept of magnetic trains. What's the expected costs for the refurbishing of the infrastructure? Thank you.
Please, Ricardo.
Okay, so that's a really good point, because in ERTMS, currently, if you are in the track side, in the RVC, you can monitor the exact location of the train. Currently, the location is updated every 5 seconds, because all we know that the GSMR is, let's say, the equivalent of 2G. So the transfer of data does not allow to overload the net with some information that is not used currently for the train location, because the safe train location is based on the interlocking. With the future ERTMS, this update information is going to be performed every second, every millisecond, so you can follow the train since it starts the mission until it finishes the mission. So that is going to be one of the main advantages of the FRMCS, that you are not limited to send the information in package, and you can send information with more frequency. So that will allow us to provide not only data, if not to monitor the train. That currently is something that is not feasible with the current technology. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for this question. Of course, it's key always costs of any investment, especially in case of innovations. I will not give you at the moment exact figures. The reason is that we are in the, as said, at the beginning of test period, and we are now developing devices which, those devices which are already installed, of course, we know costs, but it's a stator and mover for test period. As a result of tests, we will do, I'm sure, several changes, several updates, and of course, we will try to do the most cost-efficient product. The beauty of this technology is that we would like to use really existing rails, existing sleepers, and we don't like to change anything from this part of current conventional railway infrastructure. Of course, there are switches. Of course, there are some other devices which has to be adapted. But I didn't say it during my presentation, but we still would like to keep operation of conventional vehicles on our network. It means that we can imagine it's one of strategy of operation strategy for MagRail is that we will have a time slots for MagRail and time slot for regular conventional train operation. We can exchange business cards later. I can give you some results of our test and especially cost calculation, but we need a little bit more time. As you can see, we are still in early stage of this process. Thanks.
Thanks, Janusz. Is there any more questions from the public?
Okay, I have the microphone. Yes.
Joanna Narchutowska, CPK. I have a question to Mr. Kuchmin. Can you imagine that those heavier container trains could go with the same speed as the passenger trains? So that we have equal speed so that we can mix the freight trains with passenger trains, high-speed trains?
Before I will answer, I will ask you, and do we need such a speed? Do we need similar speed for both? If from timetable point of view you need it, it depends once again from. But please answer, because I see that you took a mic.
The problem is that if you want to use high-speed railways also for freight trains, then we need to have special trucks for stopping those trains so that they give a passage to quicker passenger trains. And if we have the same speeds, it means that we have the same velocity, and basically we do not need those additional time losses for freight trains because of these passing by the passenger trains.
It's an extremely important topic because with one of infra manager in Europe, we are talking about this problem, acceleration and deceleration of freight trains, and influence of such processes on the timetable on the congested railway lines. According our calculations, we think, we are almost sure, as said, we are still at the beginning of test process, that we can keep similar speeds for both. The beauty of this linear motor is that we can have extremely high acceleration and braking acceleration of the train, even freight one. It means parameters are significantly better in comparison to conventional, even with the most modern brake system. According us, yes, but of course we need still a little bit more time.
Thanks. There is another man that have a question.
Thank you very much, Victoriano Sanz.
I had a question for Mr. Campo and Mr. Pavlik regarding the very interesting stories we heard today. When we think about them coming to reality, commercial implementation of ERTMS supported by GNSS, for instance, for Mr. Campo, I'm thinking of the project RailGap or similar. What time frame do we give ourselves for commercial implementation, for this coming to reality? When do we think this will come to life? And more or less a similar question to Mr. Pavlik. We have heard today that in life cycle, hydrogen trains may be profitable. They may have a positive influence. Do you think they will come real, and in which time frame we could see them on our trains? Thank you very much to both.
Okay, related to the ERTMS, it is demanded by the operators. So, for example, in the project I named is a retrofit train. These trains are 25 years old, so to do any modification in this train is a problem for the integrator. It's a real problem. So by using the GNSS, they only have to add 2 more sensors in place of the 5 that the current solutions has. And also, when we speak about sensors, it's not only the installation, it's also the wiring and the restrictions. Because in Doppler radar, it needs to be located in an area free of metallic masses. So these installation requirements or problems can be solved by the GNSS. About when will be feasible, we are working in providing evidence to Europe that the GNSS is useful for trains, not GNSS only, GNSS plus at least inertial units, because in tunnels you are going to lose the GNSS signal, and you need to have another system, precise system, that complements the GNSS while you are running through the tunnel. And as soon as you leave the tunnel, you are going to have the position precise. Also with spoofing and jacking, the inertial unit will not be affected by these external factors. So our aim as governmental entity is to provide evidence to the European Commission, to Europe, let's say, and also to the market that this system is mature to be implemented in real trains. So my aim is in the next version of the TSI to have or virtual balance reader or advanced odometry. But which of these 2 options is going to be implemented is something that we need to deal during the following months of years. So thank you for your question.
Coming to the time question. First of all, we already have 2 different places in Europe, in Germany and UK, that the hydrogen trains are already running. We have a contract under which a first hydrogen shunting locomotive should start to run in April this year. We have a contract signed and a train already produced and in tests which have to start its operation in 2024. We have seen that train already on wheels, fully ready during during InnoTransfers in Berlin. So on one side we can say it's not the future, it starts to be at the moment, although there are challenges, so the solutions are not interoperable, as I have said, and the projects which are ongoing within the Europe's Rail program, both dedicated to the rolling stock and one dedicated to fueling station, they have a horizon of 3-4 years, but the companies are working in parallel. So I would say that that will be growing within next few years, and I would say that we can use such trains certainly in 5-7 years, latest 10, in normal operation.
Is there any more question? Okay.
Hello, Franciszek Łabno from CPK also. I have a question to Mr. Kuchmin. As I understood from your presentation, you're thinking about autonomous freight trains also. And in general, your technology is very forward-thinking and very progressive. So my question would be, how do you assess the regulatory risk at the EU level? Because you have the Railway Safety Directive, you have a number of regulation on certification of freight wagons and so on and so forth. They are all 10, 15 years old. They haven't been really amended ever since. You have the SIs also. So my question would be, do you think that there is a certain regulatory risk to your activity? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. It's a fundamental question. And unfortunately, I have only 8 minutes and 47 seconds to answer. Maybe I will continue somewhere outside this room, but to be honest, and to be serious, of course, we know very well that all issues concerning regulations, homologation, it's the, I don't like to say key problem, but the key challenge for us in railway business. But same stories with colleagues from aerospace have same situation. We know very well that safety operation is key, the most important, and even of course for us too. And it's the reason why, knowing that some regulations are missing, such magnetic drive is not written in any EU regulations right now. We started with close cooperation contacts with here in Poland with Safety Authority, with UTK. Same story with European Railway Agency, because as Mr. Kamil Wilde today morning from UTK said, it's key and the most important to inform them what is going on and to start process. In parallel, we are involved in quite similar process for Hyperloop. As I said, we are a little bit involved in this Hyperloop dream. And we know how to proceed, and more or less similar approach. We are thinking about quite similar approach. Our idea, the first step, is to focus on the country homologations and approvals for countries, not for whole European network, because we know very well that that is extremely challenging, and it will take quite a long time. But if we start country by country, project by project, it should be easier. And let's say first confirmations or first answers from both, from Polish UTK, from ERA, are quite similar. They are telling, let's start discussion, let's start thinking about preparation of missing documents, and we are trying to do it in parallel. It means, one, it's a technical activities, all issues concerning this test track in Nowa Sarzyna, discussing, negotiating with partners, and in parallel discussing with authorities, agencies. I'm quite sure that just after today's panel, we will start discussion with EU Space Agency, because I'm sure that sooner or later colleagues from space will be involved, should be involved too in such process. But as said, of course, some regulations are missing. We know it very well, and knowing that there are some gaps, we already started several months ago contacts with those authorities. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, I have one question for Marek. You mentioned that there are three companies that can offer the production of the hydrogen trains here in Poland. Are those companies offering also production of the locomotives for freight transport, or just for passenger?
Two are offering the passenger trains. One is offering at the moment a locomotive for freight services. The locomotive which is available at the moment is dedicated for shunting, but they already have plans also for passenger vehicles, for passenger trains, and for freight locomotive full size.
Okay, so they found solution for the bigger power from hydrogen motors.
Yeah. It is mainly related to the amount of electrical power supply that you can collect. on the locomotive, because in reality you have a hydrogen cell which is producing electricity, and you store the electricity and you use electricity to run the locomotive.
Okay, thanks. Also, we heard a lot about 5G today and the combination with ERTMS, and now we heard about the GNSS. Are those complement solutions, or we can choose GNSS instead of 5G in the future? That is question for Ricardo and for...
Okay, GNSS is focused on train location, and this is something that is solved in the market, while 5G is related to the communication. And this is something that should be included in the FRMCS for future communication. But as it happened in Spain in the 2000s, we start to implement ERTMS before the maturity. We must have a standard that is mature. And we want to do the same with the regional line, to use mobile communications, public mobile communication and satellite communication in order to know how they work. And when FRMCS arrives to the market and is defined, we are going to implement FRMCS for sure, because if not, there is no guarantee about the system. But all the knowledge that you can acquire during the process is the thing that can your railway to be at the peak of the innovation. And this is why there are several, when you go to ERTMS conference, there are several Spaniards. And it's not, the only reason is that we started before, and we have all the suppliers, and we have all the rolling stock manufacturers, and when we speak about interoperability, we know about the meaning of interoperability. It's not the system is deployed, the ERTMS tracks are deployed by one supplier, and the rolling stock by other. No, we have all merged, and now we can go from Figueras to Seville running through 4 different suppliers and 1 onboard equipment of ERTMS. So this is the reason why we are motivated about this project, to know the capabilities of the communications, public communication, and also the satellite communication that for us, and as far as I know for the railways, is something totally new. And the support of EUSPA with that initiative will be the key to launch these kind of projects in the close future, and until, as I said before, the FRMCS consider all these points.
Thanks. And maybe for the end, because we also heard the term digitalization a lot of, I think, on all panels. Can you explain what is digitalization?
Okay, digitalization is, for me, it's like if I ask you about happiness. What is happiness for you? Is money? Is health? Is work? Is love? So when we speak about digitalization, we need to define digitalization in what field? Because PVT speaks about digitalization, about moving and controlling. When we speak about digital mass for the infrastructure, but the use for the future ERTMS. We are not focusing, for example, in Europe's rail joint undertaking, they are promoting the digital automatic coupling. And it's also based on GNSS, but as far as I know, it's not fail-safe GNSS. You need to know where your wagon is located. So when you speak about digitalization, you need to focus the field. Because when I speak with people from infrastructure, they thought that BIM is the digitalization. So for us, digitalization in our project is the inputs required for the future ERTMS.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you all for these great insights for this various topic, and I wish you all nice week, and thanks for this opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for moderating this final panel. Thank you all for being our guests. Dear all, this is the end of the first edition of the second day of the this meeting that we had with all this new information and our hope for the future for so many subjects to change within the time. We know we've just started many discussions about many important projects, many important ideas, and we hope for them to continue in the future. So for that reference, please do take a look at every information that CPK will be releasing in the future for the further reference for any further meetings, conferences, or any other projects. Please be reminded once again that all the presentations from those 2 days will be uploaded tonight to the website for this very event. So you will be able to take a look at all this data in much more customer-friendly way than just on your phones when you were taking the pictures, and we hope that this will help you to then go on with some further projects and discussion. This way, the Railway Direction Days 2023 has come to an end. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you to all of those who are watching us online for those 2 days via our streaming, and we hope that the same way that we've heard here in the foyer many words about how great was the set of our dear guests during all the panels and all the subjects, the same way you felt when you were watching us online and thinking about all those problems and all those hopes for the future. So once again, thank you very much for being with us, and we hope to see you soon in the future.